good afternoon and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. By the close of play tonight, we will have our completed lineup for tomorrow's finals night. Our attention this afternoon is on Group C. So before we preview the action, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded yesterday afternoon. Adam Lipscomb is struggling to settle into any rhythm this week. His one Group C win coming with a 68 average and 14 darts missed at double. He's level on 2 points with Darren Johnson. Despite this superb 156, his finishing overall left a lot to be desired. Sam Cromwell made his TV debut yesterday, understandably edgy. He'll have learned a lot and will look to build on his 2 wins today. Group C favourite Scott Baker currently sits third on 6 points. He ended his day on a high with a super speedy success in 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Sherrock had her most consistent day of the week yesterday, clinical on the outer ring with a superb 147 to make it 4 wins from 5. She's level with Kantele, who also had his best day of the week yesterday. He was 7-2 to top the group yesterday. Those odds have significantly shortened now. Yeah, really impressive showing from Kantele yesterday. What aspects of his game were you best pleased with?
I just think the consistency. I think he showed bits in Group A, but he's one of those that have definitely benefit from that reset mentality that we talk about on the Thursday. And he's looking in a solid position to go on and qualify for Saturday night's final. And, you know, we've spoke to him and heard from him, and he feels like he has another gear as well. So be interesting to see how today plays out. Yeah,
let's have a look at the table then. Confirmation that it is Kantele who sits top, level on points with Sherrock. Consistency was key for her yesterday, wasn't it? Her finishing far superior than anything we saw from her in Group A.
Yeah, the 2 on the top of the table were far from the most flamboyant yesterday. But certainly the most consistent. Scott Baker would be the one that was scratching his head yesterday thinking, how have I only picked up 3 wins? Losing out to Sam as well en route yesterday. And Darren Johnson and Adam Lipscomb, massive amount of works to do. I think it's, without stating the obvious, it's down to the top 3. And incredibly, Scott Baker is the same price to win the group as he was yesterday, but only picked up 3 wins.
Yeah, how much do you think Sam Cromwell will have learnt from his TV debut yesterday?
Yeah, not anything quick enough to make any kind of difference to today, but certainly when he goes home and he reflects and watches it back and sort of studies his mannerisms and certain aspects of his throw, long term, it's going to be massive for him.
You mentioned the outright bet, and let's have a look at what the bookies think is going to happen today. Sherrock now the favourite to top Group C at 6-4. Scott Baker now third. So reflective, really, of how the land lies in the table. Where do you think the value is?
Probably with Baker at 12-5. He was a 7-4 favourite yesterday to win the group. Interesting that Fallon is shorter in price than Kantele. Even though it's Kantele that feels like he's the one that will play better today. We know Fallon has gears, but it was just nice to see her have a good, steady, solid day and not that huge range between sort of 105 and back to 70. It's going to be a fascinating afternoon. I think it's 2 of those 3 for me.
Yeah, we've picked out some of the key bets from this afternoon session, so we can take a little look at the bet builder for this session. It returns 3-1. First up, Cromwell against Baker. Baker to win minus 1.5 legs. That seems like a very handy bet, despite Cromwell getting the better of Baker yesterday.
Yeah, but it was down to Baker missing handfuls of doubles. Yeah, these are the most popular bets on the exchanges, and we've just sort of picked 3 of those. So Baker to win 4-2 or better at 8-15. Sherrock versus Kantele, the match to go over 5.5 legs. When you actually look at their averages, they're very evenly matched on yesterday's play, that's for sure. That's 1-2 to go. So, like I said, to go 6 or 7 legs. And then Baker against Kantele, total 1-8 is over 1.5, 8-11. I should imagine they're expecting all of those 2 or more to come from Baker. Treble pays 3-1.
Yeah, Scott Baker up first this afternoon, taking on Adam Lipscomb. I think it's fair to say the pace of this one really suited the mod yesterday. It was completed in 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Do you expect more of the same today?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Scott's very experienced now. And we did pick up on this on Wednesday and Thursday, that the pace of play is key to the level he plays at, and it's not the quickest group in the world, and that's maybe why he did drop a couple of games yesterday. But yeah, it's about getting out of the blocks quick for Baker. Can't afford to lose an early game, or he maybe just the gap maybe just too big.
Right then, let's get the action underway, shall we? First up for you this afternoon, it is Lipscomb taking on Baker.
Very good afternoon, Abby. Very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to Friday at the MODUS Super Series, a day where 5 of the 6 finalists will be confirmed into the field to become the third player into the 5th Champions Week. We kick off with the player who began with lofty expectations and was the lofty favourite to go on and win the group in Scott Baker. It wasn't quite to be for him on day 1. 3 wins from 5, though, does keep him in the mix and keep him in the equation. There's Justin Bradshaw, your referee for this afternoon's action at the Live Lounge. But Adam Lipscomb, it's been a chastening week thus far.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
There's plenty of expectation at the beginning of it to qualify through to Saturday night. There is still the possibility,
60.
but you sense he's going to have to go through the card. In my company this afternoon, it's great to be in the company of Chris
42.
Mason. It feels like just a couple of minutes ago we last saw each other.
Well, it actually was, Henry. Afternoon, everybody. It's festival
100.
weekend down here in Portsmouth. Oh, we've got our own little darting festival of fun.
85.
Well, at least until around 20 past 11 on Saturday night. So
38.
plenty of action to bring you.
We promise here there'll be no singing.
Thank goodness.
81.
What was your thoughts and opinions on Scott Baker's day yesterday?
I think it was
114.
it was a strange one, wasn't it? Because there was moments of brilliance, and then he had a couple of darting
137.
disasters. He did win this one with a very good performance. It was the final game of
100. Adam
the
Requan,
afternoon session
156.
yesterday. Baker winning it 4-0 in 6 minutes and change with a 95.43 average.
85. Scott, you
But
require
he's starting off the
89.
day as we expected with a 4-2 win over Fallon with a 89 average, well, 89.5. And then a very good
37.
Marco
Adam, you
Kantele
require
got the better of
71.
him 4-2. Then he won against Darren Johnson with an 84
46.
and then just
Scott, you
started to
require
lose his
52.
way a little bit and went down 4-3 to Sam with a 76, but did bounce back well. I think
36. Adam, you require 25.
I think if he goes through the card today, has every chance of,
Game shot on the first
topping the
leg.
table.
Adam Lipscomb.
although not making the greatest start to this one.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game
Anything
on.
but ideal. Broken in 20 darts. Lipscomb leads by a leg to nil. Man from Portchester.
180.
Kicking off leg 2 of a match, the first of the day, and no doubt we're going to see plenty of them as our marathon day goes on.
60.
Did he just give it a big John Fisher Bosch after it in that 180?
140.
It was nearly a double Bosch there. But Baker is under the cosh.
180.
They like their darts, you know, the Fishers.
81.
They were actually at Ali Pali this year.
But their favourite player was Rod
29.
Harrington.
Adam, you require 100.
Well, this is for 2-0.
Game shot.
Yesterday,
second
Scott
leg, Adam
Baker won this
Lipscomb.
game in 6 minutes flat. After 3 minutes, Lipscomb leads 2-0.
That was
Third leg is Scott to throw first. Game
very
on.
tidy. 12 darter.
140.
Averaging 93.94. And the moment, Adam Lipscomb.
45. 180.
And his second max of the match,
100.
backing up the 140.
$140.
It's unfortunate for Baker, leads himself on foot. A potential 4-visit leg to pull it back to 2-1.
80. Scott, you require 41.
Double 16,
9.
but he's got time.
That would have been some way to get yourself into the game with an 11 darter.
60. Scott, you require 32. Game
That's
shot on
his
the
first
third
leg.
leg. Scott Baker.
On the board with a 14. 2-1. Gonna need to break
Fourth
back.
leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
And of course, you can get in contact
45.
with us here at the MODUS Super Series. We are an open forum.
Yeah, you can actually tweet us direct into the
140.
commentary box. Henry has the app open in front of him.
55.
At MSS Darts on all of the social media platforms. Instagram, Facebook,
140.
TikTok and Twitter / X.
41.
You can X us. Any questions or comments? Love to hear from you.
60.
Who do you think's going to come through this group? Will Kantele and Sherrock hold on? Or will it be
60. Scott, you require
the
161.
break back from Baker?
60. $100. Scott, you require
So 6 darts
101.
on 101 for Scott Baker to level this game up at 2 apiece.
69.
He's himself on double 16 to turn this game on a pinhead. Well, it was around about this time of the session yesterday, around the latter end of it, when
35.
the games were in
Scott,
this
you
order, where
require
a lot of
32.
games went tight, went 4-2, 4-3. This
Game
was the
shot on
only
the fourth
blot on
leg,
that,
Scott
where it went
Baker.
4-0 in the direction of Scott Baker, but having been 2-0 down, he pulls it back to 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It's been a good reply, this. 14 and 16, so over the course of being 2 down, the next 2 legs he's averaged
100.
just over the ton.
$97.
Scott's one of those players, once he gets going, he can pull off these streaks, which is competitive of anyone. Maybe the only
59.
one thing, but I think we label this at any quick player, don't we, is because of the pace, sometimes consistency is not something that can always be found.
45.
Absolutely. But they're the most likely to hit the big scores and go on those streaks.
43.
But they're also as likely to go a little bit missing.
140.
Since we last saw Scott, there has been a change of darts. He's with
139.
Loxley and using a 15-gram Loxley dart.
Yeah, they've got a fair few players now on the books, haven't they?
82.
Ryan Searle's with
Scott, you
them.
require
Matt
160.
Edgar's with them, isn't he? Loxley.
Owen Bates is with them.
Yep. Owen Bates has just done
100. Adam, you
signed
require
a manufacturing
137.
deal with his stem and flights, hasn't he? I think he's gone with L style.
57.
Amazing. That
Scott, you
years ago,
require
if you went to the
60.
manufacturer, that was it. Now they sort of have a barrel deal, and now they have a separate deal for stem and flights.
It's a bit like football
20.
clubs having all sorts of different
Adam,
ones.
you
Do you remember
require
Tottenham
80.
Hotspur once upon a time had an official paint partner?
Game shot on the fifth
I
leg.
do now.
Adam Lipscomb.
As Lipscomb rolls up the 5th leg.
Sixth leg is Adam.
Right,
throw
paint a
first.
prettier
Game
picture if he can
on.
pick the points up in this one.
60.
So Adam with the darts in this 6th leg.
100.
Hoping to get over the line. It would be just his 2nd win of the group.
139.
His solitary win of the day yesterday came in his 1st game. That was against
55.
Sam Cromwell, but that was when Sam was really suffering with the big stage jitters. We're going to see him up next against
45.
Darren Johnson.
$140. 30.
So opportunity presents itself for Baker against the darts to level up at 3
60.
apiece.
$59. Scott, you require 146.
And he's going to get another 6 because Lipscomb has had a bit of a mathematical meltdown, going down to 19s to leave himself on 168.
114.
And so it's only about setting up here for Lipscomb and hoping that surmountable pressure is
84.
applied upon
Scott, you
Baker.
require 32.
This to send us to a last leg.
Game shot on
And
the
to
6th
leg
leg.
7 we
Scott
go.
Baker.
The mod takes us all the way in our opening game of the day.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And it is the mod who has the darts.
$100.
Kicking off ton.
$100.
Big last dart for Adam, keeping him in touch by way of response.
$180.
But if you're going to find a time for a third match, now is the time.
Yeah, especially when you have
60.
the darts. 120 points plus these in front, and he's back in the red bit.
100. $140. Scott, you require 121.
6 darts for the match. A game he is trailing 2-0 in, and he's going to get a dart at the ball to win it.
96. $177.
But that piles the pressure on this 25. It's going to be 2 in hand, a double 8.
Game,
He only
shot,
needs the 1.
and the match,
And Scott,
Scott
Baker, who
Baker.
trailed 2-0 and 3-2 in the piece, has got the better of Adam Lipscomb in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Johnson Cromwell. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Scott Baker got the bit of Adam Lipscomb in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. It moves the mod on to 8 points level with the top 2 in the table that will go toe-to-toe in Game 3. But before that, we're going to see Darren Johnson, the DJ, in action. He takes on Sam Cromwell. Well, for Johnson, finalist at the weekend at the Swedish Open, he lost out in that one to Thomas Junghans. Up against Sam Cromwell, who will be playing for the ADC English Championship belt tomorrow afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on the man at the summit of Group B, Scott Marsh, for that particular title. The odds compilers have Darren Johnson off as the 4-7 favourite to win this match. Sam Cromwell, the 5-4 outsider. Cromwell on his televised debut yesterday. Struggled with nerves in the first couple of matches, but proceeded to get better as the day went along and picked up a couple of victories to end his day.
101.
Including a 4-2 victory in this match at around about tea time last night.
$125.
I'd be disappointed with that. There's plenty of room to find another.
46.
How would you like Sam to have gone back last night? What would you like to have done and then
30.
come in today in terms of a mindset?
Just really, just not concern himself with
131.
too much with what went on. It's very much come in with your eyes wide open and just soak it all up. Look at what the other players are doing, the more experienced ones.
125.
How much are they practicing? What type of practice are they doing? What are they doing in between games?
61.
Just pick their brains,
Darren,
really. That's what I used to do.
81.
All very much a learning curve.
And it is a group littered
49.
with experience. The likes of Johnson, the likes of Kantele, the likes of Sherrock, and the likes of Baker.
$78.
So double 16
Darren, you
for
require 32.
Darren Johnson to take this opening leg.
Game shot on the first
Comfortable
leg.
start for the
Darren
DJ. He
Johnson.
takes the opener, leading 1-0.
Second leg is Sam to throw first. Game on. $140.
Max for Johnson to start leg 2.
180. $31.
Well, it's been a week since we've last seen a 9 data. Not since last Tuesday in Double Pilgrim, and that weight's going to go on.
85.
And you had one, of course, last night. Sean McDonald missing the double 12. Well, I say last night. It was earlier on this morning.
66.
It was a couple of hours ago. That's when it was.
$40.
Still yet to have one in front of a crowd on
24.
Saturday night. And this is how you can be a part of a Saturday night crowd. Scan that QR code to send you to dartshop.tv, where you can be here
123.
as a part of the audience on Saturday night. As Johnson has 73 points for a 2-0 lead.
56. Darren, you require 73.
Dart at tops,
33.
which goes just above, but he has got the luxury of time with Cromwell back on 184.
80. Darren,
There's a
you
little bit of a
require
dent
40.
in things, but Johnson to double up his advantage.
Game shot on the
Thompson's
second
found for
leg.
2-0.
Darren
2
Johnson.
out of 6 on the doubles. Pretty much visit perfect. Johnson's is in command and control of this match, if I can get my words out.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Johnson with the darts in leg 3. Been starting legs like a dream, Darren Johnson.
140.
Kicked off Max in the previous leg. Done 40 at the beginning of this one. And a 140 in the first leg.
75.
He's been okay getting out the gate in legs, and that's kind of given him the impetus to push forward because Cromwell in the scoring department hasn't been able to keep up.
80. $25. $100.
This was one of the 2 games, of course. Sam won yesterday, wasn't it? Although Darren missed
39.
21 darts at a double. Remarkable. That's a leg and a bit in missed doubles alone.
$140.
So 41 points away,
34.
Johnson, for a 3-0
Darren
lead.
41.
Double 16, and he has had all the luxury of time that he could well have wanted and afforded.
Game shot on the
And
third
it is
leg.
3-0
Darren
to
Johnson.
the Yorkshireman. And it's another slow start for Sam Cromwell.
Fourth leg is Sam to throw first. Game
And he's
on.
looking ahead to tomorrow's belt match against Scott Marsh. The only grace there is it's going to be a best of 17 leg
55.
match. So he will have a little bit of time to work his way back into it with a slow start. So a best of 17 leg match, and there's going to be a break after 10 legs.
60. $58. $125. $66.
Sam Cromwell was born on the 19th of December 2000. Number 1 in the charts the week he was born was Can We Fix It by Bob the Builder.
Wowzers. You are bored.
140.
He remained at number 1 in the UK charts for 3 weeks and managed to beat Westlife to the coveted Christmas number 1 position.
140.
If you really want to impress me, who else was born on that day?
60. Darren, you require 76. Game, shot.
Well,
and the
Johnson
match,
has wrapped the
Darren
game up
Johnson.
in next to no time at all. A 4-0 victory in 8 minutes flat and a 14-darter to do exactly that. A 93-94 average for the DJ as Sherrock and Kantele head up to the hockey after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Next up for you this afternoon, we have Sherrock taking on Marco Kantele. These two meeting for the 5th time this week. Sherrock coming through in a decider yesterday, thanks to a lovely 147 outshot to complete a 15-dart leg. Whoever comes out on top in this one will move on to 10 points and sit top of the table with 4 more rounds of fixtures still to be completed. Before we get into this one, though, let's hear from Marco Kantele now.
Marco, first week here at the MODUS Super Series. How have you found it so far?
It's going great. Games, it's not so great what I want, but good games, and I like to play here.
How have you found it out on that stage? How did you find throwing out there?
It's really good. Light, and everything is fine. It's good place to play.
How big is this out in Finland? How many people are watching this in Finland? How much attention is this getting in Finland?
Actually, I don't really know, but I think 100 people. I think so. I don't know, because this is quite a new thing in Finland.
And in terms of this week, what would be a good week for you? Is it all about trying to win on the Saturday night, or just qualify for Saturday night?
I have a chance to play the Saturday night, and I hope I do everything that I play in the Saturday night.
Well, we wish you all the very best of luck, Marco. Good luck today.
Yeah, thank you.
And the Finn takes on the Queen of the Palace, Sherrock, in our third game of the afternoon session. That's on the back of a 4-0 win for Darren Johnson against Sam Cromwell. So, after the first couple of games, 3 players are tied on 8 points, but that is going to change here because the 2 players who started the day on 8 go toe-to-toe here.
Good to hear from Marco. Now, this tie yesterday, as Abby mentioned just before we heard from Marco, went all the way, decided by a beautiful 147 for a 4-3 win for Fallon. And this time
First
she
leg,
has
it's
the
Fallon
dart,
to
so
throw first.
should be a little easier.
But darts isn't played on paper, Mace, as you know all too well.
45.
But it is.
But in saying that, if it went according to the script yesterday, Kantele should have won this one because he found himself in some really good form. Built up really ahead of speed, didn't he? But then Sherrock, who traditionally has ended the days of her worst performances of it, pulled out an 81-80. That was enough to get over the line. Interestingly, though, I was going through some statistics yesterday. In this match, Fallon missed 14 darts at a double. So she missed 13 darts at a double in this game against Marco. In her other 4 games combined, she had missed 14 darts at double.
Yeah, I think she should have won this match fairly comfortably. As it was, she had to pull out all the stops in the end.
140.
Of course, this was Marco's only defeat on the day yesterday.
10-11, Fallon Sherrock. It was 4-5 at the off for Marco Kantele.
$60. Marco, you require 161.
Remember, 18 plus begambleaware.org. 6 from here for Kantele for the opening leg. What to be this time for the Finn?
55.
Has been enjoying some of the localities in and around the city. Has been doing a bit of sightseeing during his time in the city of Portsmouth. He'll be hoping to extend his stay beyond today. He may have to take out this 106 to take the opening leg. It's not going to happen on this occasion, and so Sherrock's going to come back with a couple of darts.
You require 56.
In her hand at double 18. Well, she's gone 16 tops.
Game shot in the first leg.
And she was so good on that target yesterday, Fallon Sherrock, leading 1-0.
Yeah, I like the
Second
fact
leg
that
is Marco
Fallon's
to throw
barely
first.
react.
In the opening leg.
60.
He's got the luxury
Marco,
of
you
time.
require
Yeah,
56.
possible. 14 darter. Off leg for Fallon. Tops it is. Tops he
Games on the
gets.
second leg, Marco
Very,
Kantele.
very tidy indeed on throw. Fallon won't be too concerned, of course.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
She
Game
knows.
on.
If she just looks after her own throw, she wins the match.
60.
Pinches a breaker throw in between somewhere, and it's a little easier and a little quicker.
And who knows how pivotal this first game
100.
of the day is going to be for the Players' Day, because whoever is the victor of this one effectively puts himself in control of the group. And even just a 2-point lead at the top of the table at this
78.
particular passage in play could hold so much weight.
$45.
So following this for Van and Sherrock could be a couple more Women's Series events to end the
100.
year. And in terms of that particular order of merit, with Bo Grease having won the Women's World Match Play, the full focus, full eyes, full attention will be on the race for places at the World Championship. So the top two, apart from the already qualified Bo Grease, will
100.
qualify for the World Championship. That's currently Fallon and Mikura Suzuki. And the top place player, apart from qualified Bo Grease, would also qualify for the Grand Slam of Darts. Sherrock has a margin of around about £2,500 to make up on Suzuki in the next batch of Women's Series events before the respective cut-offs for those competitions.
Yeah, and Fallon has had a run in the slam. She had a
60.
run to the quarters, didn't she? Only edged out by a really impressive performance from Peter Wright. I think it was 18-15, wasn't it?
140.
Yeah, it ran very close. I think
Was it
16-13,
16-13? Yeah, there was 3 legs in it. And she averaged nearly 98 or something. Staggering performance.
$24. Fallon, you require 79.
Well, here it's been enough to do the job.
39.
I feel like on Friday the Super Series, that's more or less the case.
Of course, that was the year where she had that incredible turnaround against Gabriel Clemens, wasn't it? The 141 and the 170.
100. Fallon, you require 40.
People who don't play the game have the audacity to question her
Game
credentials.
shot on the third leg. Fallon
Remarkable.
Sherrock. Fourth leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
As you know, Fallon Sherrock has won more World Championship matches than Matthew Edgar.
Oh, she's probably won a few more than quite a few players.
140.
Although, to be fair, I'm not sure Fallon Sherrock's won the Iceland Masters.
Sure she particularly want to.
134.
What would she get? Like a couple of ice pops or something? £100 voucher at Iceland's at the Ice Street.
60.
I might just stop
135.
poking the Chris Mason Hornets nest now.
$100.
So Sherrock in a position with a big visit here to set up the break chance.
100. 105. Fallon, you require 132.
Fallon should be starting where he finished. And that's, well, it's treble 19 and ball. Looking at where that 25 was, she'd have done well to
51.
have found the
Marco, you
target
require
had she found the
96.
57. Treble 20, double 18. He will stay there due to his
56.
nature of
Fallon, you require
angle of entry.
81.
Treble 15, double 18. And it is
Range on the
3-1
fourth
to
leg,
Fallon Sherrock. And the
Sherrock.
break is accrued for the Queen of the Palace, who finds herself a leg away from moving on to 10 points and into
Fifth leg,
top
it's
spots
Fallon
in the
to throw
group.
First. Game on.
We'll put her in charge of proceedings.
And in pole position for qualification. It is
59.
remarkable that she's not won a week.
Well, she's had some close shaves in the past. Lost in the final in Series 3 to Steve West. Had opportunity to open up a 2-1 lead in that particular match before West went on and, well, just does what Steve West does, and that's
85.
go on and win a week here at the Super Series. I know Steve's tuning in.
140.
Afternoon, Dave.
I just won't open up that best player of a tour card can of worms, because that was, I think Steve West made that debate very interesting that week.
125.
Phil Bars is still in hiding after that interview.
Yeah, I think the conversation
132.
of the Challenge Tour players, not necessarily anybody without a card.
81. Fallon, you require 170.
Doesn't have to go for it. It would have been some way to win it. But the setup
96.
will do the job.
Yep, she'll be back for 74. 42-32 for a 4-1 win. In terms of leg difference, this could be a very big result.
100. Fallon, you require 74.
It's okay. 41 left. 9. Double 16.
42. Marco,
Match
you
chance
require
come and gone,
110.
and can Kantele save the match of a 110 finish? Treble 17 would have given him a dart at tops to save it, and so Sherrock comes back for 32.
50. Fallon,
To
you
seal a
require
4-1
32.
victory to round off the first round of fixtures.
Game,
And double
shot,
16
and the
is
match,
found, and Fallon
Sherrock.
Sherrock is in control of Group C as she moves on to 10 points after getting the better of Marco Kantele by 4 legs to 1. That's the end of round 1. Next up, Baker against Cromwell to begin round 2.
So next up this afternoon, Sam Cromwell takes on Scott Baker. The mod defeated when the two met yesterday. It was actually Cromwell's first ever win on TV. In his first match today, though, he wasn't afforded a dart at the outer ring as he went down 4-0 to Darren Johnson. Baker coming through a decider to move on to 8 points in the table. Another win here, and he'll join Fallon Sherrock at the top on 10. Let's get back into the action then and get back to Henry and Mace.
Thank you very much, Happy. So Scott Baker, following that defeat for Marco Kantele last time out, can put himself onto 10 points, and we can begin to see a little bit of a gap become bridge with the field. Kantele will be in action up next against Adam Lipscomb. But the mod can put himself in an authoritative position, although he did have to dodge a couple of bullets against Adam Lipscomb in his first game of the day. 4 from 14 on the doubles. He found himself 2-0 and 3-2 down in the piece, but managed to reel off a couple of legs in succession at the tail end to seal a 4-3 success.
100.
That's to Sam Cromwell. That was another slow start to a day for him.
Yeah, made a slow start yesterday, didn't he?
63.
Against Adam Lipscomb.
180.
All the players have completed a full cycle of games.
85.
So the top of the table now looks. Baker getting himself
100.
right back in the mix, and a win here, of course. And depending on the size of the scoreline, could go top of the table.
44.
Started the day
Scott,
in
121.
third position.
Job 17 would have left him a dart of the ball. Not he
57.
had to go for it because he had the luxury of time.
I mean, he started yesterday with a 62 average, Sam. Started today much better, so there is
67.
improvement.
Scott, you require 64.
Although still nowhere near where he would expect to be. Averaged just 68 in his opening game today. Don't think he's
44.
going to get too much change out of this one.
Because Scott Baker has come out all guns are blazing today. It's kind of a mixed bag type of
131. Scott, you require
performance
20.
on day one for the mod. But knowing the position that he's in the table,
12.
you knew he had to get off to a
Sam
fast start, but that's 4
94.
missed starts at double in the opening leg.
As I said, he missed a staggering amount of doubles in this tie
Getting shot on the
yesterday.
first leg, Sam Cromwell.
And then double, toil and trouble as Cromwell takes the lead.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And double on the 18 and tops.
Yeah, the right shot.
100. $85.
Not missed doubles. Costly
100.
again for Baker. 4 in that first leg.
45.
He's now missed 14 darts at double already today, and he's into the second leg of his second match.
100.
In fact, yesterday he was 17 out of 45 when it came to the doubling.
100.
Daily average of 87.41 for the mod.
100.
And there was a 16-point gap in the averages between the pair yesterday. Baker 87 average. Cromwell for the day 71.6.
79. Scott, you require 101.
Remember, he's qualified by right via the ADC.
69.
Making his debut under the lights here this week. Only 22 years of age.
100. Scott, you require 32.
Rather applaud than criticise.
24. Sam, you require 92.
For
38.
the double again.
Scott, you require 8.
It's a 1-1. Baker's already missed 7 darts at double in this match. And the troubles continue
6.
and continue and continue.
Sam, you require 54.
He has the hex on him. Tops. for 2-0.
44. Scott, you require
A rush
2.
of the blood, but Baker's up at the madhouse.
No score.
Madness.
Sam, you require 10.
And so this for 2-0 and a breaker throw.
Game
2-0 it
second
is.
leg, Sam Cromwell.
A composed dart as Baker just, well,
All he can do is smile.
it's all you can do.
Third leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
I actually say he qualified by right. He entered a qualifier for the ADC English
63.
Championship belt. Won that qualifier. Will take on Scott Mars tomorrow to become the champion.
45.
Yeah, I think Sam will have his hands full in that encounter. Very impressed with
54.
Scott Marsh last night. Looking in a good position himself to qualify for Saturday night's final. Don't forget,
60.
we are back tonight for the conclusion of Group B, 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV.
140.
Please, if you've got any questions or comments, get in touch, direct into the comms box
100.
at MSS Darts on the X app, what was Twitter.
100.
I'm going to find you a pair of Pikachu slippers at some point.
140. Sam, you require 144.
No thanks.
There was a no thanks there from Sam Cromwell. Baker's going to come back for the 156 to
81. Scott, you require
get himself on the board. Otherwise, Cromwell's got the chance of 3-0.
140. Sam, you require 63.
This is massive. Double 12.
51. Scott, you require
Pull one
16.
back.
Game shot on the
2
third
on it is,
leg,
and it's a
Scott
break
Baker.
crucially as well for Scott Baker.
Yeah, didn't panic. Using all of his experience here as Baker,
Fourth
but
leg, it's Scott to throw
to dodge the
first.
bullet, dodge a
Game
bullet
on.
there. 2 missed darts at double 12.
140.
Getting over the line at the 12th attempt at a double.
100.
Here's the side-on angle of the player's throws.
60. 56.
I think you were saying yesterday about Sam, he felt maybe at times he wasn't quite getting towards the end of his throw.
45.
No, it was just coming out of the hand a bit early, and that's just a bit of anxiety. There's a lot less
59.
acceleration today, which is allowing the darts to come out the hand a little bit cleaner, a little bit more controlled.
60.
Again, the beauty of playing in this, he can go back, go onto YouTube, watch shots like this of him side on, just to
100.
see, just making small adjustments and little percentages of improvement. They all add up
60.
to a massive amount.
And this is what a lot of coaches do, don't they, nowadays, where they'll have a camera strapped up.
Yeah, I do. When I do, well, when I have
Scott,
done
you
my
require
group
136.
coachings with very much beginners, I do a 360-degree view of
100.
every element of their throw
Sam, you
from
require
literally the
96.
ground up, and analyze that with them, and then reposition them, make the adjustments, then refilm that whole 360-degree angle and allow them to look at it
36.
side by side. And
Scott, you require
like most things, if you can
36.
actually visually see it, you get it. Sometimes in explanation, you sort of think, yeah, I think I know what they're talking about. When you can actually
18.
see it, and
Sam, you
of course they got the
require 60.
opportunity to take that away with them, and then every time they feel like they need to analyze their own game, they can look, put it on and watch it back.
50. Scott, you require 18.
Oh, I want to watch that back as Baker comes back for double 9.
Yeah, I think myself and Nico
No
are
score.
going to do something next
Sam,
year.
you require 10.
Working on several venues that can accommodate fairly big groups, and the The equipment that goes with it, that's the thing.
Game
It's
shot on the fourth leg.
a lot of
Sam
technology
Cromwell.
in there to... And of course, we've got to keep the group occupied as well. So we play a lot of games
Fifth leg, it's Sam to throw first.
pre-training,
Game on.
and sort of reprogramming the throw. And then we do it afterwards, and we also analyse the data as well from that.
44.
This may sound a little bit like a silly question, but for someone who's thinking about possibly looking at coaching things like that,
16.
what sort of things should they go in there pre-expecting, or what should they then come out with wanting in mind, do you think?
180.
Get in there, son. Well, a lot of it, like I say,
100.
I only choose to work with absolute beginners, because then you're sort of got a
140.
blank canvas. They're not too... The bad habits are not too ingrained.
140.
I think a lot of it
Samuel
is
137.
alignment, setup, building the throw so it will have the ability to be replicated in a
83.
consistent basis.
140.
Yeah, it's very much like if you've never hit a
Samuel
golf ball
54.
before, setting it all up and teaching you how to do that. Oh, tops for the win, 4-1. This is remarkable.
To do the Baker double.
14. Scott, you require 61.
Oh, nice. It's not going to be a baker's dozen. Oh, he's too good. The irony.
57.
Can't hit a double, but can hit a ball.
Sam, you require 40.
17 darts at a double. He's missed.
Baker couldn't take out the bread and butter. Cromwell's hoping this tops as a piece of toast.
$30.
But he's sliced those
Scott,
match
you require
darts.
4.
And Baker comes back for the break.
No score.
Well, you could hear what he said. Oh my God, he couldn't quite believe it. Cromwell probably can't quite believe it.
Sam, you require 10.
He's given himself another chance of the match.
No score.
But the chance has come and
Scott,
gone,
you
and Baker
require 4.
returns for double 2.
No score.
He's missed 21 darts at double in this
Sam,
match.
you require 10.
Is he going to be afforded the opportunity to miss any more?
Game. Shot.
Because
And the
Cromwell
match,
steps
Sam
forth to win the
Cromwell.
match by 4 legs to 1. A game played by Miss Doubles, but it's Cromwell who picks up the victory, doing the double over Scott Baker. Well, in that match, there was a combined 33 missed darts at a double. Cromwell, a 4-1 victor. Next up, it is Lipscomb against Kantele.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Sam Cromwell got the better of Scott Baker by 4-1, which means the door has been opened for Marco Kantele. If he can get victory here against Adam Lipscomb, move him on to 10 points in the group, a 2-point buffer to Scott Baker in third place, before Fallon Sherrock has the opportunity to extend her margin at the top of the table from third to 4 points if she can get the better of Darren Johnson, and then we really could write the name of the Queen of the Palace in pencil in terms of an invitation for tomorrow night's finale. As far as the odds components are concerned for this one, Lipscomb the
First leg,
5-4 outsider, Kantele the 4-7 favourite.
Interesting.
85.
Well, Adam played okay in spells in the opening match against Scott.
$60.
Although this one has a different kind of tempo to it. Marco won this one by the
55.
narrowest of margins yesterday. Match had a couple of ton-plus finishes in it. 3 180s from Marco in this tie.
58. $140. $99.
So Lipscomb with the luxury of time on throw here in the opening leg.
54.
Although saying that, even though he's left himself finish on 167, a couple of trebles will make things interesting as far as Kantele is concerned.
We're approaching that part of the year where players will be thinking about
167.
Q School, of course, along with the respective World Championships, which are
97.
taking place in December and then into January with the PDC Worlds. Recent years, of course, the MODUS Super Series regulars had a remarkable strike rate, didn't they?
41. Adam, you require
Coming through
70.
Q School and getting their card. Big group of the original ones are, of
35.
course, now starting to think about trying to retain a card.
Like your Connor Scutts and your Kevin Bernesses.
They were so prolific, weren't they, in the then live league?
180.
Max double two.
Adam, you require
Scoreboard
35.
pressure applied by Marco.
29 left.
Double 12, and maybe
29.
that maximum did cause some cogs to
Marco, you
turn in the
require
Lipscomb
4.
mind.
Well, everything but, wasn't it?
Game
Break
shot on
of
the first
throw.
leg. Marco Kantele.
184 in 4. 1-0 Kantele with a breaker throw.
Second leg is Marco to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we've been looking at this week. We've been looking at the Pro Tour order of merits and the tour card rate at the end of the year.
I think what
95.
a lot of us has taken so much pride from is how much the players put down to their
97.
opportunity of playing within this format and system, and contributed so much to them going on to get a tour card in the first place. It's just so satisfying, isn't it?
137.
Well, we'll talk about those who are outside the 64 at the minute. These are the players who are provisionally in the year-end 64 that
97.
have played at the Super Series before. Cameron Menzies played here before. And you've got and a little bit further forward up the rankings, you've got the likes of Scott Williams, who played here and was so prolific here. Matt Campbell, who played and won a series here.
121.
Jim Williams up in the top 40 in the world provisionally. Keen Barry, remember, played when we were back at
45.
home. We were playing
Marco
in
Uruguay,
kitchens,
148.
bedrooms, all the rest of it.
Conservatories, garages.
You name it. Nathan
81.
Rafferty as well.
Yeah, it's a long, long list.
132.
It's for a 2-0 lead
Marco
for
Uruguay, 67.
Marco Kantele.
And a lot of them may well have gone on to get
27.
cards anyway. Who knows? But I'd prefer to listening to
94.
listening to their thoughts
Marco
behind
Uruguay, 40.
the process and the confidence that they gained from success.
It's going to be a confidence boost for Kantele. Double
Game
10,
shot on
doubles
the
his
second
lead
leg,
to 2-0
Marco
and
Kantele.
puts him halfway to 10.
Third leg is Adam to throw first.
Can't afford any
Game
hiccups
on.
here, Marco Kantele.
95.
I think would mean that him and Baker have pretty much put themselves in a foot race for that second spot, and Sherrock have the chance to really pull clear against Darren Johnson, our final game
78.
of round 2, and the final game before we join our viewers at Sport Stuff TV from 3 o'clock.
45.
Just going back to some of those players who are outside the 64 and would be eligible next year. Ted Everts, Steve Lennon, Florian Hempel, Connor Scott, Kevin Doach, John O'Shea, Bradley Brooks, who only a couple of years ago was World Youth Champion.
100.
Richie Burnett, Darius Lavanauskas, Louis Williams, Scott Waits, Jose Justicia, Jess Smith,
100.
Christoph Kachuk, Joe Mern, and the list goes on and on. Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Brian Verman, George Killington, Darren Webster,
82.
A lot of those names we're familiar with from previous endeavours, but there'll be a lot of players
140.
come February making their Super Series debut.
Some probably will get tour cards, but it's not a guarantee. I mean, in 2023, Keegan Brown was the only player in UK Q School who lost his card and then regained it.
60.
And he
Adam
kind of got
Uruguay,
burnt by a brush because he was
121.
provisionally in the World Match Play Order of Merit, but his money got dumped off as soon as he lost his tour card. And because he has to start a fresh cycle, the money gets taken away for the
57.
rankings forever.
Forever, ever?
Forever.
$60. Adam Uruguay, 64.
64 to bring it back to 2-1. It's going to be a dart in hand at double 16.
32. Marco Uruguay,
Kantele.
121.
Find big finish. Probably the most practiced out in terms of ton plus ones by all the players. This 1-2-1.
Game
that's
shot on
why.
the third leg, Marco Kantele.
Beautiful shot.
And it puts Kantele into a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg is Marco to throw first. Game on.
And defeat here would keep Baby Boy in the table twos in terms of points. And would see his week wean out towards the end.
180.
Kantele kicks off with a max.
45.
This match looking the end of the campaign for Adam. Had a full week this week. Needs to go away and work on his game.
120.
Try and find areas to improve. Seen him in spells produce some
140.
fabulous stuff, but needs to work on consistency. That only comes with playing. I think technically there's too much you can pull holes in.
135.
Just needs to go and begin swimming in that pool of larger players now, doesn't it?
Sharks, yeah.
Throw yourself into the deep end.
140. Marco, you require
66 for the match for Marco Kantele, and he could well finish with an 11 here. Finds the treble 14, which is going to give himself 2 darts at double 12, and now double 6 to complete the job to nil.
60.
But he moves inside, and double 3's awkward.
Well, the fact that his darts are
60.
into
Marco,
the
you
board,
require 6.
well, below flat. The double 3's usually not too much of a drama. Well, it is if you go inside. At least he doesn't have to worry about blocking the double 1.
4.
And now he doesn't have to
Adam,
worry
you
about
require
anything else now he's left
116.
on 2.
He's taken out the 66. He would have had an average of approaching 93, but an array of missed
76.
doubles dragged it down to 87.
Marco, you require 2.
The madhouse to keep Lipscomb in the doghouse and to keep Kantele very much in the race. Move on to 10 points. Moving to joint top of the table with the Queen of the Palace.
No score.
But the chances have
Adam,
come
you
and they've
require
gone.
40.
Lipscomb is reprieved, but he can't take the
30.
chance. His head is in his
Marco, you
hands,
require 2.
and his hand may well be shaking that of Marco's in a second. In the pub, they'd say 1 up, 1 in. Well, there's the 1 up. That's 2 up. And Adam's having a little bit of a glance.
No score.
And he'll see that he's going to
Adam, you
come
require
back.
10.
Like a meerkat, wasn't he?
Well, he
No score.
wombatted that.
Marco, you require 2.
Back to the madness of the madhouse. Well, it's summertime. It's summertime madness at the Live Lounge.
It's far from the house of fun.
It's the house of pain for Marco Kantele.
Game, shot.
But
and the
Marco
match,
Kantele
Marco
does get
Kantele.
over the line in the end. He had to toil around the double 1 to beat Adam Lipscomb by 4 legs to nil to put him on to 10 points in the group. Next up, Johnson Sherrock. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Marco Kantele put himself in a very good position to qualify, moving on to 10 points, following a 4-0 victory against Adam Lipscomb. What it does do, the two results from the round so far, 4-1 victory for Sam Cromwell before against Scott Baker, is put Fallon Sherrock in a position to put herself 4 points clear with
First
6
leg
points
is
left to
Darren
play
to throw
for
first.
if she
Game on.
can get the better of Darren Johnson. There's Justin Bradshaw, your referee. There's Darren Johnson throwing the first dart of the game. This is how the table looks. Sherrock 10, Kantele 10, Baker 8. A win for Sherrock
85.
will put her 4 points clear of third place. Remember, just the top two qualifying for Group C.
And she did pick up the win yesterday against Darren Johnson. Good game it was as well. Fallon winning 4-3 with a 93.69. Had 3 180s, 4 out of 9 on the doubles.
140.
Darren Johnson made a winning start to the day with a 93.94, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, 180. Fallon also making a winning start with a 4-1 win over Marco Kantele, averaged 85.5. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. There's a theme there.
50.
In terms of the odds compilers, Sherrock went off the 4-7 bookmakers' favourite. Darren Johnson 5-4.
22.
This
59.
is our final match before joining viewers on Sporty Stuff TV, where we'll have another 9 game of darts for you.
41.
Take you through,
Darren, you require 167.
to 6 o'clock. 167 for Johnson for the first leg. The bullseye doesn't have to go for it, but he'll
Game shot on
find
the
it.
first leg, Darren Johnson.
1-0 to the DJ with a party popper.
Second leg is
That
Fallon to
is
throw
a
first.
beauty,
Game
isn't it?
on.
167 just looks so good.
43. $60. $100. $180.
Well, that 5-4 starting to look mahusive.
46. $140. $180.
Max Sherrock clears herself
Darren,
on
you require
132, but
121.
Johnson first poke at the 121 on the back of the 167. The pull again,
73.
but this time to no
Darren, you
avail.
require 132.
Sherrock could do with 2 of them here. Well, that's a perfect guide. She can find the treble 19.
60. Darren, you require 48.
Tops, aim for the middle.
Game
And now
shot on
finds the top of
second
the ball
leg,
for 2-0.
Darren Johnson.
And this is a result that maybe people didn't expect coming in terms of the way that Darren Johnson has taken the first 2 legs in the space of 3.5
Darren to
minutes.
throw first. Game
15
on.
and 14 darts, Henry. 2 out of 3 on the doubles, a 167 out, an average of 103.66 at the moment. Fallon doesn't have the answers.
135.
Is this going to turn into one of those groups where we think we may begin to know the answers and someone has an opportunity to pull away, but whenever that chance arises, they
100.
can't take it?
$121. 140.
Time 40 for Sherrock. That's her first of the match.
45. $60.
6 darts to set up here for Johnson.
100.
Ton leaves himself on a ton after 12.
King, very, very good for 3-0.
134.
Oh,
Darren,
great
you
cover
require
shooting.
100.
Tops.
60. Fallon, you
So
require
to
67.
half the deficit and to bring it back to 2-1, this would be for a breaker throw and returning the game to throw. It's going to be the solitary dart at double 16.
Game
Only
shot on the
needs a
third
one
leg,
dart at double
Fallon
16. And Sherrock halves the deficit back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon.
15
to throw
darter
first.
as well.
Game on.
A good start to this game.
Oh, we've had a
59.
leg go over. 15 darts so far.
$100.
Johnson will make his World Championship debut at the Lakeside this year.
140.
We'll play in the first round as a ranking qualifier.
100.
As the other players involved this
44.
week, James Hull's going to be participating in that competition as the winner of the Scottish Open.
100.
Yeah, quite a lot of Super Series regulars in that WDF Worlds this year in December. At the Lakeside, tickets are available. So I do
121.
believe they've been selling quite well, which is good news.
Yeah, Scott Marsh and Sean McDonald in Group B are also going to be playing in that particular
95.
tournament.
Fallon, you require 137.
And Sherrock 137 for 2-2.
Luke Littler, of course, in the
121.
seniors and the boys.
Darren, you require 106.
Or youths, as they call it now.
$70. Fallon, you require
Sherrock.
16.
2 8s for 2-2.
Game
2
on the
apiece
fourth
it is.
leg,
Sherrock coming
Fallon
back from
Sherrock.
2-0 down to level this match up.
Yeah, did you add up exactly how many players of the
Fifth leg, it's Darren to
Lister.
throw first. Game on.
have played there this year? Played here at the Super Series.
Can we count Ben Robb because he played December last year?
Absolutely.
Let me do some
58.
counting for you.
$97.
13 of the 16 seeds have played at the Super Series. The only ones,
It's great, isn't it?
60.
the only ones that haven't are Horpai Puhart, Peter Machin, and Barry Copeland. And in Hopai and Peter's case, they live on the other
93.
side of the world.
Yeah, they've got an excuse.
$61. $140.
Oh, Fallon starting to find her feet in this match. Taking her average to
140.
in excess of 90 as Aaron Johnson hovers around 95. Finishing from both has been class. 5 darts at a double between them.
57.
4 doubles hit.
Just an extension. 29 out of 48 have played here since December last year.
150. Fallon, you require 114.
Sort of shows you where we sit in terms of amateur darts, which is the service we provide.
96. Darren, you require 32.
For 3-2, and to put himself a leg away, he'd move Johnson on to 6 points in the group.
Game shot on the fifth
3-2
leg.
to the
Darren
DJ.
Johnson. Sixth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
So again, Fallon on the back foot needs to produce.
57.
I suppose a big omission from the ladies'
43.
side of the draw in that tournament is a certain Makura Suzuki, who hasn't qualified this year.
134.
One Japanese representative in that field, Mayumi Uchi. Good player, very good player.
140.
And our commentary colleague tomorrow night, Lord Turner, will be in that competition in December as well.
140.
Just having a look at the pre-qualified competitions. Bo Greaves has qualified from 2022 World Championship, 2022 Dutch Open, 2022 Isle of Man, 2022 Welsh Open, Australian Open, England Classic, Irish Open, World Masters.
Wow.
85.
So Sherrock 85 points away from a last leg decider. It'd be, well, only our second of the session so far. The first game between Baker and Lipscomb went till 7th. And he's going to get 2 at top to send us all the way.
45.
But the chances have come and they've gone,
Darren,
and
you
Johnson
require
returns for the
93.
match.
Game. Shot.
And the double
And the
18
match,
is found for Darren Johnson to pick the points up, getting the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2, meaning that we're going to have 2 players on 10 points and Baker on 8 points, meaning there's going to be a bit of a surge towards the line, a 97-67 average for Johnson. He's playing well today because that's on the back of a 93-94. Sherrock defeated 4-2, and that 167, a real highlight checkout for the DJ. Right. The darting action returns at 3 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV with Kantele against Cromwell. But after the break, Chris Mason will be talking to Abigail Davies.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darren Johnson has just put in the performance of the day to get the better of Fallon Sherrock. We can take a little look at the results we have already seen with 6 games played so far today. There we have it. It looked like Scott Baker had a perfect opportunity early on, didn't it, to make his move at the top of the table, especially after Fallon Sherrock had got the better of Kantele, but he missed 21 darts at double against Cromwell. He also missed 10 in his opening game as well. Managed to come through that 1-4-3, as you can see. That was the opening game of the day. But, Chris Mason, his doubling is certainly going to be of some concern, isn't it?
Yes, because it's a reoccurring theme. But player of the day so far for me, Darren Johnson, averaging just shy of 95 for the day. Only dropped 2 legs, 2 very good performances. Are we going to have a late charge from the DJ?
Yeah, he took out a stunning 167 as well, didn't he, against Fallon Sherrock. That one really set in the tone of that match. Took out 4 of his 6 attempts at the outer ring in that one. Averaged 97.5. You really wouldn't bet against him making it through to finals night at the moment.
No, everybody seems to be tripping up. Everybody seems to have got that all-important win and then dropping the next game. Kantele's done it. Scott Baker's done it. And Fallon's just done it. So, yeah, still all to play for. You would think it's still in the hands of the top 3, who the top 2 are that come out of that. But Darren Johnson might have a late surge. If he can go 5 out of 5, he could well nick, possibly, the second spot.
Yeah, let's have a look at the table then, with 9 more matches still to be played in this afternoon's session. As you can see, Adam Lipscomb well out of the race now on 2 points, just the 1 victory for him. Sam Cromwell and Darren Johnson level on 6 points, but as Mace just alluded to, it is Darren Johnson who looks the more likely to make a charge going into our final 9 matches of this session. Scott Baker came into this group as the overwhelming favourite, didn't he, to top it. How do you think he'll be assessing his performances? Because he was berating himself when he came off the stage after his second game due to those missed starts at double. Is it going to be difficult for him to put those to the back of his mind?
Yeah, if he finds himself in a position where he can't afford to drop another game, which is pretty much where he is, around that territory now, he will be thinking back to those matches against Sam where he's had so many opportunities, and you know, sometimes you just get a bit of a bogey player. Maybe he's taking his eye off the ball a little bit against him. It feels like it's just a case of not if I win, but when I win. And ultimately, he's paid the price twice against him. That's 4 points dropped that he shouldn't have been dropped. He could be clear at the top of the table and in cruise control.
We mentioned that the top 3 players have all faltered slightly this morning, but for Fallon Sherrock, she averaged just shy of 90 in that last match. There wasn't a great deal she could do because of the performance that was being put in against her, so she'll probably feel the better of those 3 players now. Would you agree? Yeah,
she seems to be the player that's found that consistent level. She seems to be hovering around that number all the time at the moment, and you know, is that going to be enough possibly if the timing's right on some of the shots and some of the other results go her way. But yeah, I think it's still wide open. I think by the time we've sort of played the next cycle of games with 2 to play, I think we'll know more then.
Yeah, Group C gets back underway from 3 p.m, but we're going to just take a little break from this week's action to tell you who is going to be playing next week. What a blockbuster lineup we have for you in Group A. Just take a look at this, Chris Mason. I'm sure you'd love to be playing in that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's got a real feel of a Champions Week, doesn't it? It's littered with weekly winners in Whitehead and West, and Colin Osborne, of course. Everything we need to know is there about Johnny Haynes, Alan Norris and Wesley Harms, of course, who he will want to certainly improve on his last showing here at the Super Series. And then coming in Group B, Richard North, Scott Waters and Dan Reed. I mean, listen, the 2 that end up in that group, good luck with that group as well, because that's going to be tough to come through. And then a slightly easier Group C, which you would expect, Ben Payne, Scott Campbell and Willie Borland, who's been playing very, very well of late. And I expect him to be the player that comes out of that Group C, but he's going to have to play well because 3 from that Group A are going to end up in that Group C.
Yeah, quite remarkable. We have the first ever champion here at the Super Series in Conan Whitehead, the runner-up, the last Champions Week that we had, and the man that Colin Osborne beat in the semi-final of Champions Week as well, in Steve West. Of course, the last time we saw West here, take a look at what he did. It was pretty special.
It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Let's look at what Steve did in that match before we take a look at Luke. A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
100.
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180.
it doesn't really matter. Let's focus on... It's on this time. It's still on.
Game shot on the first leg.
He's promised it all week. And he's the first person not called Conor Heenahan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth.
Yeah, it really was remarkable, wasn't it, from Steve West?
He missed the double 12 earlier in the week on the Monday, didn't he? It was right on the wire, a double 12 as well. Told us all, don't worry, I'll come and get one later in the week, and he was good to his word. Yeah,
absolutely. Conan Whitehead has also been chomping at the bit, hasn't he, to return to the Super Series. Opted against going to Hildesheim this weekend for the Pro Tour, and that has worked out quite nicely for him because he's got a full week now here in Portsmouth. Really, really impressive what he produces time after time here at the Super Series. And that £20,000 win was quite significant for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was certainly changed everything for him. Just obviously, just had a baby, so you know, always need money when you've just had a baby. And yeah, it's given him a different outlook and a different perspective on where his career goes now. Gives an opportunity to play in more tournaments. Pick and choose like he has this weekend. Decided against Hildesheim. He probably looked at it and thought, what are my chances of doing any kind of damage there? Because it's not just about winning the money there, it's what does it do for you in terms of ranking. Wouldn't really have affected anything if he'd gone and won both of them. So I think it's a case of coming back where he enjoys playing, and he just loves being part of the Super Series, which is great for us.
He certainly does. Let's take a look back now at his winning moment here.
Is 44
Conan, you require
good enough
44
for cool?
I bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. He is the last man standing, and he is the person that cannot be moved from the pinnacle here of stage 1. 4-0 in the final. He just had too much in the arsenal for the gambler. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night. And that may be the catalyst for the career of Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, it's amazing how things work out, isn't it? Because Graham Usher is the player who went on to get his tour card. Conan Whitehead, of course, in Milton Keynes, was so agonisingly close to picking up a tour card as well. But Conan, you just mentioned it watching that back, rode his luck.
Yeah, he certainly did against me. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, ironically, at Q School, if he hadn't have played that day, he would have actually got a card, which is the bizarre nature of their system they use to eventually get their tour card holder, something that we've all said that probably needs another look at, because you shouldn't be in a position where if you don't play, you've got more chance of qualifying than if you do. But he's taken it quite well, to be honest, and he's been given opportunities on the Pro Tour. We've given him opportunities here, and I'm sure he'll be up for it in January to go back to Q School and hopefully get a card back.
Yeah, and good to see that he did continue playing, because there was a time after Q School, wasn't there, where he almost fell out of love with the game again. I know he has done that before, but I think there was a little bit of difficulty picking those darts back up, but good to see him back playing so well now. Yeah,
I think when you go that close and you feel like, listen, I've never been in that situation, but it must feel awful to think, well, if I wouldn't have played, I'd have got a card. That can't be right. That just can't be right. And you know, like anybody, he'd have been disheartened and probably sort of felt like maybe I should just not bother playing. And he didn't for a while, but lucky for us, he bounced back and bounced back in some fashion.
Absolutely, and he'll be back here next week. All the action gets underway from 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning for week 4. But we will be getting back underway at 3 p.m. this afternoon, so not long to go. Put the kettle on and come back and join us from 3 o'clock.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
Hello and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What an intriguing afternoon of action we have had so far. 6 of our 15 matches have been completed. So let's take a little look at what's happened so far. It looked as though after the first round of fixtures, Scott Baker had the advantage in the race for a top 2 spot, but again came unstuck against Sam Cromwell, missing 21 at double in that match, berating himself leaving the stage. A huge opportunity missed. He also missed 10 at double in his opening match as well. And Kantele, bouncing back from defeat to Sherrock early on, made his move against Adam Lipscomb. But as you can see there, Fallon Sherrock also defeated in the last match that we brought you on YouTube, losing out to Darren Johnson 4-2. Johnson with an average in excess of 97.5 in that one. Took out a sublime 167 in the opening leg as well. We can take a look at what those results have done to the league standings with 9 more matches to bring you in Group C. And you can see it's Marco Kantele who is out on top, level on points still with Fallon Sherrock on 10, but Kantele top due to his superior leg difference. Scott Baker in third on 8 points. It does look like it's going to be a battle between between those three. But Darren Johnson, as I mentioned, a superb display last time out. He'll still feel he is well in with a chance of making it through to finals night via one of those top 2 positions. Next up for you this afternoon, we've got Cromwell taking on Kantele. So let's get back to our commentary team of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason to guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very good afternoon to everybody joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. Hope you enjoyed a afternoon of live South African horse racing. And now it is to the darts here as we culminate Group C and we put the next 2 players through to Saturday night's final. Well, Marco Kantele is top of the pile, level on points with Fallon Sherrock. And it's been a day already where we've seen some twists and turns. A defeat for Sherrock. She could have put herself clear at the top of the table. As a Kantele, it was an opening defeat to Fallon Sherrock, which is backed up by a 4-0 win against Adam Lipscomb. For Sam Cromwell, he beat Scott Baker last time out, potentially ending his hopes of qualification. As for the 22-year-old from Southport,
Marco to throw first.
It's going to be all about the English title match tomorrow. That's Justin Bradshaw. He's your referee this afternoon. And here's Marco Kantele with the first darts here, post 3 o'clock.
Yep, the table is pretty much
45
where it was at the top end. We still have to try and get 2 from 3. As you said, Kantele in a strong position to pull 2 clear at the top. Welcome along to all our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and those of you outside of the UK watching on YouTube, and welcome to the thousands of people tuning in on their chosen betting app.
46.
And don't forget, you can get in touch direct with the commentary box at MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok and Twitter/X. We did get a tweet actually not too long ago from Low IQ Chris
44.
at Low IQ Chris, asking why we aren't on air until 3 o'clock on Sporty Stuff. Well,
45.
we show 4 hours wall-to-wall coverage of the live South African greyhounds racing and the greyhounds from Crayford and Hove.
100.
Now that action is complete. We continue with live sport on Sporty Stuff TV.
95.
With the conclusion of Series 5, Week 3, Group C. If you do have any questions and comments, please get in touch. We'll endeavour to answer them all.
99.
Even the
Marco,
stupid
you require
ones.
132.
So 132 for the opening leg for Kantele.
We go in ball. That leaves 107. That leaves the ball.
107.
And he scared
Sam, you require 76.
Can Cromwell give Kantele the kind of scare that he gave Scott Baker earlier on this afternoon? It's 2 at 88.
No score.
Well, it's 76.
Marco, you
You've
require...
got to hit a double in this game.
Not master out for Master Cromwell. As for Marco, here's a target that his opponent required.
On the first
but
leg,
the Finn
Marco
gets to
Kantele.
fin off the first leg. Cool as ice. 1-0 Kantele.
Second leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on. 60.
Is pretty much Finn for Cromwell. A defeat here. Eli Johnson could get to 12 points
100.
with 3 wins with the 3 remaining matches he has to play.
56. 140. $100.
It's good to see Sam getting some
78.
TV time on debut, of course, on making his television debut this week.
85.
Won a qualifier to get his place here. His campaign in Group C coming to an end, but he will be back on that stage tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock, playing a
60.
ADC English belt match against Scott Marsh.
40. Marco, you require 100.
Got that opportunity by right. And if you want to join us and you have the facility to scan a code, there it is up on the screen. If not, head over to dartshop.tv. Reserve your ticket. It's just a £2 booking fee. The ticket is absolutely free. Come and join us.
98. Sam, you require
Not only
160.
for that belt match, but you can then stay on and watch finals night.
100. Marco, you require
Kantele for
25.
2-0 lead, looking for 25. Was the conversion that he got in the first leg.
Plenty of interest just on John Henderson alone, guaranteeing his place in tomorrow night's final by winning Group A this week.
Game
Always
shot
a popular
second leg,
player.
Marco Kantele.
And that finish is popular with Marco. 17 dart breaker throw.
Third leg is
2-0
Marco
lead,
to
going
throw
about his
first.
business.
Game on.
Okay, but he's having some trouble with the carpet, now doing some running repair. Now, he is a hotel worker, so he knows how to lay a good carpet or two. And he was just making sure the foundations were secure here.
He works in a hotel, Henry. He's not a builder.
42.
How do you even know he works in a hotel?
Research, mate.
75.
And he once upon a time was a bit of a Pokemon addict.
Yes, I was aware of that.
Big ice hockey fan as well. Big out in that part of the world, Finland.
100.
Sure is.
But can Kantele catch them all
81.
here in week 3 at the Super Series? It took Ash Ketchup 25 years to be the very best.
$81.
He's travelled across the land into the UK to be here this week.
45.
Well, the other thing as well, just having a look at Marco Kantele, 55 years of age, so he's eligible for the World Seniors Circuit. And if he was able to make the journey across and was able to play in some of these seniors events, what we've seen this week, he'd be highly competitive in them.
58.
Yeah, certainly. I'm actually quite shocked he's not been given an
140.
invite maybe into the Worlds. They invite everybody else. Even I got one. Yeah, I suppose the tour events, as good as they are not quite really
180.
financially viable
Sam,
enough
you
for
require 160.
Kantele to travel, really.
58. Marco, you require 40.
Lovely Max to leave tops to make it 3-0.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
And it is
third
3-0
leg.
to
Marco
Kantele.
Kantele.
You actually think about it, some of the players in that region that'd be above the age of
Fourth leg, it's Sam to throw first.
50, you could have a
Game
very
on.
competitive seniors event out in Scandinavia. You could, like to maybe Magnus Carris to think about possibly picking a dart up
27.
again, the like of which.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe have a seniors sort of regional qualifier out there or something. One
41.
representative, make the prize money, the money to come over or something.
Andreas Harrison just about sneak in qualifying for the seniors.
97.
Not sure. Don't want to offend him. And listen, if they got 16 of them, and they all chucked £100 in each, and winner and the runner-up split the prize money, and it pays for their trip over to play in a weekend of qualifiers.
121.
We're doing it again, Mace. We're sat in the commentary box and we're spending
90.
money.
We're not. Saving them money. Spending the players' money this time.
I think we had 1 week where we were tallying on £4.5 million.
We are ambitious.
I think there's other words people call us as well.
132.
For sure.
Well, Cromwell first two, a finish here in leg 4. Kantele looking to set up.
He's looking to put a big hole in the 239.
99. Sam Iroquois, 155.
Number 19 would have left himself a dart at the requisite double.
139.
Cromwell leaving himself on double 8. And Kantele, though, opportunity to win the game on this 140.
Yeah, handy enough from Sam. Marco's not going to finish the 140. And we'll be back for double 8.
82.
16 dart leg. If he finds the double in 1.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Sam Cromwell.
2 contrasting darts. The first one found the ring of the 8. The second one found the bed.
Absolute flyer,
5th leg is
wasn't it?
Marco to throw first. Game on.
Kantele here has the darts to complete the job, averaging 84.61. Is 50% when it comes to his doubling.
Yeah, 78 for Sam.
100. $56. $68. $95.
Very steady, isn't he, Marco? He's one of those players where you kind of know exactly what you're going to get. You're not going to get something that's
40.
going to settle like 105 in that, but he's going to do enough to keep him competitive in every single game he plays in.
41.
Sure, I've asked you, what do you think of the lineup for Group A next week? Conan Whitehead, Steve West, Wesley Harms, Colin Osborne, Johnny Haynes, and Gezi Norris, Alan Norris.
Well, you can tell that Paul Nicholson's here next week, can't you, based on that lineup? I mean, look at it. You've got the first ever champion, a Champions Week semi-finalist in Steve West, Wesley Harms, who lost the weekly final in the last series. Colin Osborne has been to Champions Week twice and lost the jackpot match to Littler. Haynes, who's been to a Champions Week himself, and Alan Norris, who's played in a World Championship final. Then going to Group B, Scott Walters has played Champions Week before. Richard North's got pedigree. Dan Reed's got pedigree. Ben Payne's going to be a bit of an unknown quantity, but we're looking forward to seeing how he gets along. And Willie Borland has been putting some good stuff in, and maybe we'll feel like he's overdue an appearance on a Saturday here. Hasn't quite worked out for him in this competition as of yet.
29.
Respective qualifiers to take their spot here.
And looking at top spot now is Marco Kantele, top to a 4-1 win.
Marco, you require
which would put him on to 12 points and to put himself in an authoritative position in terms of this group.
Game.
And
shot.
tops is found for a real
Marco
steady
Kantele.
and reliable 4-1 victory for Marco Kantele against Sam Cromwell, doing so of an 83.42 average and 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling. Scott Baker's in action against Darren Johnson up next, and it is must-win territory for the Mods.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break Marco Kantele got the better of Sam Cromwell by 4 legs to 1. It extends the lead's advantage over third spot to 4 points, but that may only be a temporary measure as Scott Baker takes on Darren Johnson. It's a big game for the mod. A win would put him on to 10 points and put him in the reckoning. Johnson with a win would put himself on 8, but it would mean that the next game between Sherrock and Lipscomb would hold significant weight, because if Sherrock could win that one, she's 4 points clear with 4 points left to play for. Big moments, big times for the mod Scott Baker, who started off with a 4-3 win against Adam Lipscomb before then being succumbed to his second defeat of the week against Sam Cromwell. 4-1 the margin of defeat. As for
First
DJ,
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
he's been the player of the day. Averages of 93 and 97. In 4-0 and 4-2 wins
41.
against Sam Cromwell and Fallon Sherrock respectively. But it is Baker who has the darts in this one. And as far as what the odds compilers make of this one, Baker
45.
still the heavy 4-11 favourite. Darren Johnson, despite what he's done today, is the 2-1 outsider. And they,
60.
you feel, Chris, are lofty, lofty odds when you consider his passages of play.
Yeah, absolutely.
140.
Well, it's pretty much all over
55.
for Darren Johnson. A defeat here. He can only reach 10
59.
with a defeat here. Whilst you think
45.
Baker and Sherrock, who will
$99.
And he faced later on, so yeah, defeat for Johnson to be out.
Yeah, because they will, one of those two will be on
60.
12 and he can only get
Darren
to
Europe
10.
158.
So this is a huge game. I can imagine, well, you can see the frustration with Scott Baker. He's still smarting
98.
from that defeat a little earlier on to Sam Cromwell.
45.
Needs to bounce
Darren
back.
Europe
And it needs to
60.
bounce back in a big way. But of course, Darren Johnson, he's absolutely
Game
buzzing
shot on the first
himself on the
leg,
back of
Darren
a
Johnson.
fabulous performance against Fallon.
Yeah, 97-67, 4 out of 6 on the doubles,
Second
and a
leg, it's Darren to throw
167
first.
check
Game
out.
on.
He's 1-0 up against Scott Baker. Now, Scott's going to take one crumb of comfort from today so far. It's the fact that every single game bar
100.
one so far on Friday has gone with the darts. The only exception to the rule is a 4-0 victory for Marco
60.
Kantele against Adam Lipscomb.
$45.
Max for Baker.
180.
Much needed. Although, in fairness, that's not been the
45.
problem with his game. It's been the finishing.
100. $46. Scott, you require 161.
Well, this 161 would kickstart Scott Baker. Well, he's had the scoring prowess of Craig David, but has had the finishing prowess of the England football team at a penalty shootout. And we all know what Craig David did on a Friday.
82. Scott, you require 125.
Bull, 25. Would have given him another dart at the board. He was in two minds because
85.
Johnson was left not on a finish.
$82. Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Scott Baker.
There we are, 1-1. Level 10 found for the mod, who's still looking to get something going. You can see in the background.
Game on.
He walked back down the hockey to come back up to throw first in the third. That he's still maybe searching for something.
60.
You'll be happy enough just to get that break back and try and build.
59. $180.
They're not the issue.
Well, he missed 21 darts at double in that previous game against Sam Cromwell. He's missed 31 darts at double in 2 matches.
Yeah, that's 2 legs of darts. Comfortable. 2 legs of darts.
83. Scott, you require 121.
121 for the mod and a 2-1 lead. Well, it'd be totally ironic if he could find double 14.
On the third
Isn't
leg,
it ironic? Don't you think? Scott Baker, the man who was missing double after double, pins the 1-2-1 to put himself 2-1 up after a 12.
Ton. 180, 140, 121 out. Sorry, 60. 180, 140, 121 out. Beautiful 12 darter. Oh, there's a particularly ugly one. Here's a player that will build.
$83. $60. $97. $100.
Well, the mod will be playing till the end of the day, but he'll hope to keep on running into tomorrow.
121.
Here in the city of Portsmouth. Yeah, he still has some
139.
unfinished business when it comes to Saturday night. So does this man, Darren Johnson, who tends to qualify for Saturday evenings here at the Live Lounge. But when it gets to Saturday, usually the group stages is where it ends for him.
25. Scott, you require 62.
This is for 3-1. And the break. It's going to be a double 16.
30.
Precariously close to the treble 20. Would have bust.
Darren, you require
Darren Johnson,
15.
115. To resist the breaker throw from Baker.
Big moment. And the look of Scott Baker in the background, the nervous look to the heavens and the skies, tells you exactly how key a passage of play this could be, how key a double this could be, and how big a finish that could be for Darren Johnson. And that's a ton plus checkout in response to the 1-2-1 of Baker the leg before. 2-2.
Well, you could see in the foreground that Scott Baker just almost nodded and said to himself, this is in. Lo and behold, the double 18 is found.
Sometimes you just know. And they're the ones that feel even sicker.
Well, when you're having a bad day, you just know.
60.
Those kind of things happen.
When snooker, they say that the snooker gods consume you.
Yeah. Well, they miss a pot by so far. It goes around the angles and finds the middle bag.
$100.
Well, looking at what Luca Basel's done recently, look at the snooker lifestyle isn't too bad, it seems.
Ain't going to last long, is it? He's bought a Rari.
60.
There's 150. He's been to Dubai a few times.
140.
What did he win? $500,000. Yeah, he's done that already. And now he doesn't even have a queue.
100. Scott, you require 101.
Baker looking to queue up the 101. This would be for third consecutive ton plus out. And a second consecutive one for Scott Baker. 3-2 he leads. A high quality game. The third consecutive ton topping checkout for the mod to lead 3-2.
That's finishes of 121, 115 and 101, all on the spin.
140.
Do you remember a couple of minutes ago when we were talking about Scott Baker's finishing stats?
Well, he's 3 from 6 right now. Darren Johnson, perfect, 2 from 2.
100.
Proper darts, this. Proper match.
100. $45.
Well, if Baker leaves a ton here to leave 161, you'd expect it to go.
83.
Johnson hit a ton to leave 156, you'd expect it to go.
60.
So, 2 visits for Baker at 178 to get this wrapped up 4-2.
94.
That was a great find with the last dart to leave him on 84 for the match. 2 ton plus finishes have swung the game in the favour of Scott Baker.
95.
We had a couple of question marks over his finishing, but it's come up trumps at the right times here. And it's going to be a dart at the bullseye to win it.
53.
But drag below it goes.
101.
Well, this would be for 4 on the spin.
Back-to-back 101s.
Not to be, and so Baker returns to 31 to complete the job by 4 legs to 2. And it would keep the flame of flickering for the mod as he goes a double 14 to complete a 4-2 victory, which puts him on to 10 points in the group. It sends Darren Johnson packing in terms of qualification, but it was a power-packed match. 3 ton plus checkouts and superb finishing, and that is more like the Scott Baker, who was a heavily fancied favourite to go on and claim Group C glory. Coming up after the break, Fallon Sherrock can move herself on to 12 points if she gets the better of Adam Lipscomb.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Scott Baker kept himself in the race for qualification, getting the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs to 2, helped in part by 2 ton-plus checkouts en route to victory. Next up for us, it is the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock in action, up against Adam Lipscomb. Sherrock with a win can move herself onto 12 points in the group. As for Lipscomb, well, he's forward drift to the bottom of the table. A victory here would just be points on the board pretty much now for the Portsmouth player. We'll show you the in-play live table as Sherrock throws the first darts of the match and show you how big a moment this could be in terms of qualification.
Oh, just by that Baker win, it's kept things
62
rather lively, hasn't it? It's now down to the 3 at the top.
85.
Well, somehow get 3 into 2 because it's only the top 2 that join John Henderson. But it will be the top 3 from tonight's Group B, which is a 5-player field, and that's still wide open. 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV.
85.
We'll be on directly after the live greyhounds.
And it's significant of that Scott Baker victory is as simple as this, because if he lost that one, then Sherrock could have played her way through at this point.
Yep.
85.
Even a 2-point margin in front of Scott Baker at this stage is huge when you consider that the pair have got to play each other. That's coming up.
140. Fallon, you require 114.
At the beginning of the final round of fixtures. Sherrock 114 for the first leg.
38. Adam, you require 106.
Lipscomb 106 for the break. It's tops. It's 1-0. It's a ton-plus checkout for Adam Lipscomb.
Yeah, 106 this time. But
Second leg is
an array of finishes in this group, haven't we?
Well, just have a look at today. Lipscomb had a ton on the nose against Baker. Elsewhere, we've had finishes of 1-2-1 from Kantele, the 1-6-7 from Johnson. And then, of course, in that previous game, 3 ton-plus finishes in 3 consecutive legs. Sherrock kicks off Max on the back of a 106 from Lipscomb. Things are just beginning to come up to the boil.
Yep, warming up nicely. Well, it's all to play for the top 3, of course.
60. $60. 43.
Don't forget, of course, you can send in your questions to us at the Super Series at MSS Darts. I'd like to
60.
hear from you. Interesting. Just seen a little bit of news breaking here that Leonard Gates has just signed a contract to move his manufacturer over to Winmore.
Ooh. Oh, that's big news.
44. Fallon, you require 78.
Can't think of...
$58.
Too many of the
Adam, you require 152.
players 50 and over signing a deal like that. Good sign.
Twice TV champion in the seniors this
78.
year.
Fallon, you require 20.
Might have to go and see my pal Gary Plummer at Target. Really? Any chance?
Left a double 10. Not
Oh,
found.
no
Oh,
score.
how's that not gone in?
Adam, you require 74.
Almost gone around the two that...
54.
Well, normally a player
Fallon, you
would...
require 20.
Well, normally Adam would go 42-32. A change of tack. He was looking at 54 for double 10. Alan wants double 5.
10.
Oh, dear.
Adam, you require 20.
For 2-0.
Game shot in the second
Lipscomb
leg. Adam
doubles his
Lipscomb.
advantage.
This will be a disaster for Fallon.
Third leg is
defeat at
Fallon
this
to throw
stage.
first. Game on.
It's like the group that nobody wants to get out of at the minute.
140.
Fallon beat Adam 4-2 yesterday with a good performance. 90.16.
100.
4 out of 7 on the doubles. These two
100.
know each other very well, of course. Both played in Group A. But this is their 5th meeting
85.
this week.
Come well acquainted with each other. Yeah, Sherrock won this meeting by 4 legs to 2 yesterday with a 90.16 average. And 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubles. Lipscomb only had a couple of opportunities at the outer ring and took both of them. So Sherrock to get back in the game at 2-1 has got 6 on 1-2-1.
57.
All about the setup here for Lipscomb.
100. Fallon, you
And so
require
to
64.
half the deficit.
$48. Adam, you
Doesn't
require
go.
76.
And so this for 3-0 and to really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
60. Fallon, you require
Fallon.
16.
Cannot afford to miss.
Game shot on the
And miss
third
she
leg.
won't.
Fallon, Sherrock.
Back to 2-1. Lipscomb with the
Fourth leg
darts
is
to
Adam
re-establish
throw
his
first.
2-leg
Game
cushion.
on. $100.
Real
81.
disappointing display on the doubles for Fallon. This will leave her seriously frustrated. She's had 11 darts at the double.
180.
Only hit 1. That's the first max for Adam.
140. $60. $140. Adam, you require 161.
He's Fallon on the finish, but Lipscomb's going to get first go at 161. He's not going to get a dart of the ball, though.
$75. Fallon, you require 140.
140 for Fallon Sherrock for 2-2. Going to do the next best job in terms of the setup.
120. Adam, you require 86.
2 in hand, a double 16 for 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth
And Lipscomb
leg.
finds
Adam
exactly
Lipscomb.
that. And now Sherrock has to win the lot from here. And with Baker
Fifth leg,
taking
it's
on
Fallon to throw
Kantele in the
first.
next
Game
one,
on.
things could begin to get a little bit interesting.
140.
There's always a response when it comes to Fallon Sherrock.
100. $41. 81. 59.
Leaving herself vulnerable in the leg and in the match.
100.
Needs trebles. Needs lots of them.
57.
Normally, when you get Fallon under pressure, it's when she feels most likely that she's going to produce.
60.
It's the hornet's nest you don't really want to poke.
Not
100 many better
Adam, you require
in terms of the
160.
ability to handle pressure than Fallon Sherrock.
92. Fallon, you require 104.
Talking football about big game players, Fallon Sherrock's most definitely a big game player, but isn't going to find a big time shot here. And so Lipscomb 68 for a 4-1 win. Which would give Kantele
Adam, you
the
require
chance
68.
to go through in the next game. It's tops of the match.
48.
Chance
Fallon, you
come and
require
gone.
64.
Fallon going to get one dart at tops.
Game
One
shot
dart
on
is
the
all
fifth
she
leg.
needs.
Fallon Sherrock.
Oh, we were just discussing how clinical she is under pressure. She had to be
Sixth
there.
leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
And now the pressure is piled upon Lipscomb, who has the darts in this one to complete the
125.
job. Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrock is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession.
180.
Never has it been done
135.
on television
Fallon,
by
you
a
require
female player
141.
before. Fallon Sherrock wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever
Game.
female player to
Stop.
hit a televised 9-dart finish. Fallon Sherrock is a history maker once again.
She threatened to do it
Seventh
earlier
leg is
in the
Fallon to
week.
throw first. Game
And
on.
we reminisced over the one she hit in the PDC this year. Well, she's trumped that. Make that 11 perfect darts. Make it 12.
180.
A purple patch like no other. And perhaps fitting
140.
on the anniversary of the death of Valerie Matum, the first ever female player to hit a 9-darter in an official match. Fallon Sherrock has become the first ever
60.
player to do so in a televised match.
30.
Chris Mason, we have just watched history in front of our eyes.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. What a moment.
140.
For Fallon Sherrock, what a moment it was to be the first lady player to hit one in the
97.
PDC.
Fallon, you require 121.
What a year it has been for this young lady. Awarded the MBE, of course.
71.
Now, the first lady ever to hit one on TV.
95. Fallon, you require 50.
To end a historic match.
Double 18. Her favourite.
Game.
And she
shot,
finds
and
it.
a match.
And Fallon Sherrock finishes off with legs of 9 and 15 darts to get the win, an average of 92.75, 90.59 for Adam in Lipscomb. But more importantly, the 9 dart looks great. But more importantly for Fallon, she keeps herself in the mix of qualifying out of Group C. When we come back, Scott Baker against Marco Kantele.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Fallon Sherrock has just made even more history here by becoming the first female to hit a 9 on TV. But now game 10 of 15 sees Scott Baker take on Marco Kantele in a hugely significant match in the context of the league standings. There's confirmation of that victory for Fallon Sherrock in that last match. But now a Kantele win in this one, and he will join John Henderson at finals night. Of course, he's looking good to do so anyway, because of his superior leg difference. A Baker win, and we will have 3 players on 12 points battling it out to qualify for tomorrow night's action. To see who comes out on top in this one, then let's get back to Mason H.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, huge match for both. One to very much stay in the mix. For this man, his moment to reach the final on Saturday night, because he will
First
be
leg, it's Scott to
guaranteed
throw first. Game on.
his spot.
I just wonder what the atmosphere is going to be like now, following what we've just seen.
100.
Because we saw it when Dale Pilgrim hit a 9-darter last week, where the standard just went up and up, the adrenaline coursing through. And the magnitude of the moment that we have just witnessed here is going to bear weight, not just in this room today, but it's going to
60.
take column inches, newspaper inches. It's going to gain headlines around the world.
Yeah, but that's clipped up.
140.
That will be viewed by millions of people. And what a moment for Fallon and her family. And what a moment for ladies darts. Absolutely
45.
massive.
Game changing. There's no doubt about that.
140.
The only shame is it wasn't tomorrow night, because could you imagine the
100.
delirium this
Scott
crowd would have gone in if it was in front of an
121.
audience?
See, you've got to be greedy, Henry, haven't you?
Yes, Chris.
45.
Life's just not like that.
Well, maybe she'll do it again tomorrow.
Well, yeah, wouldn't put it past her. I actually listened to a couple of interviews she did post the 9. She did on the Challenge
44.
Tour.
Scott, you
And she was
require
very,
76.
well, I'll do another one anyway.
Game shot on the first leg. Scott Baker.
Didn't expect it to come so soon. And I certainly didn't expect it to happen
Second
on
leg is
TV,
Marco to
but
throw first. Game on.
we're more than grateful you managed to do it on our platform, of course. What a moment for the referee.
That's a 9-dart call for Justin Bradshaw.
121.
And I've just heard, I heard in the advert break that he's actually
100.
twisted his leg during the 9-dart call.
He celebrated himself the moment it went in. Fallon just gave herself a very quiet clap.
I feel like Fallon Sherrock was the
83.
calmest person in the whole building at that point.
Absolutely, she was.
30.
And I don't know whether you've had a look, Chris, but my phone has just reached fever pitch on the back of that 9-darter. It is being spoken about everywhere, but we'll talk about that a bit more in a second, because there's an
59.
important game of darts happening here, and we should give Scott Baker and Marco Kantele, who are playing a massive game, the full respect that it
60.
deserves. Baker leading 1-0. Baker needing to win. Kantele progressing through with a victory in this particular match.
$119.
Any win for Kantele will send him through.
Yep.
99. Marco, you require 119.
A win for Baker. And it's Fallon really in the hot seat, isn't it? Because she has 2 matches to play. These two will only have 1 more to play. It'll all be on 12 points.
79.
Kantele leaving tops after 15 to level up at 1
81.
apiece.
Marco, you require 40. $20. Scott, you require 131.
So the 131 isn't going to go for Baker for a 2-0 lead, and so Kantele comes back, wanting double 10 to level proceedings up at 1 apiece.
97. Marco, you require 20.
So, Kantele 2 level proceedings up. To put himself 3 legs away from qualification. Up for double 5.
Drags
below. Baker for a 2-0 lead. And this is the
34.
crazy thing here. Sherrock's done what she's done, but she may not be a safe bet for qualification. He's split for double 16, and Baker's 2-0 up in a flash. Decided to split, then made the hit, and Baker is at halfway point.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Yeah, and the double trouble that's plagued his Group C campaign so far seems
100.
to have been put right, because he's 2 from 2.
$96.
Just seen a tweet from
91.
Jordan Thomas. A bit tongue-in-cheek on the 9-dart leg. It was a decent leg from Lipscomb as well. Incredible darts. It was an incredible moment. And interestingly as well,
95.
the Fallon Sherrock on the 141 went against traditional 45 for 36.
140.
Yeah, which is, considering she favours the double 18.
Well, it was the famous double that
60.
Quad Wad
Scott, you require
Stud smashed the
170.
glass ceiling against Ted Everts.
60.
Really intrigued to get the take of Laura Turner tomorrow. Is going to be in the commentary box to get her gauge on what sort of impact that moment's going to have. As Baker comes back for 110 for a 3-0 lead, and Kantele, who could qualify with a victory here, looks set to having to wait for his fate.
54.
As Baker sets up for 3-0.
$83. Scott, you require 56.
And it would mean that going into the final
Games
round of
on the third
fixtures, there
leg,
would
Scott
be
Baker.
3 players all landlocked on 12 points. And importantly in the equation as well, Baker and Sherrock
leg,
play
Marco
in
to
the
throw
first
first.
game of the final round of fixtures. So only one of them can get to 14 points. It effectively could well be a shootout match. This group
81.
has taken so many twists and turns today.
100. $55. 43.
Although it was only hit
60.
a matter of, I don't know, maybe 14 minutes.
140.
The views is into the hundreds of thousands already of the 9-darter. Absolutely incredible. The traction the sport has gathered
174.
over the years is just immense.
It's an amazing moment. One of the biggest moments we've had at the Super Series.
100.
Baker, though, closing in on a 4-0 win. 118 if Kantele cannot take out the 131. And you have to sort of feel sorry for the players in this now. It's a big game, of course, in terms of qualification, but they're having to ride the adrenaline wave.
Yeah, I suppose that the one big bonus is, well, that's a miscount, is the fact that it is
Marco, you required.
Not in a
32.
crowd where you'd still be feeling that buzz from the crowd coming. It's absolutely going bonkers
Game shot
on
the fourth
TikTok
leg,
and
Marco Kantele. Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
And I say there's reverberations. We've just had a tweet from your ITV4 colleague and a Fox
16.
Sports commentator on the Women's World Cup, Jackie Oatley, who herself is a trailblazer in her own right, the first ever female commentator on BBC Match of the Day.
yeah, and huge darts fan.
60.
Yeah,
83.
Jackie Oatley has tweeted in to say, amazing, well done, Fallon Sherrock.
$55. $140.
There's been a tweet from our colleague Chris Murphy as well, and from Glenn Durrant, amongst those involved here at the Super Series, and it's transcending beyond the realms of darts, that historical
79.
moment, which we will come back to in just a second, as Scott Baker here lays up 218 points away from a 4-1 victory.
100. $140. Scott, you require
118 to have
118.
Kantele's number and to keep this race going on. It's going to be a dart in hand, a double top.
98. Marco, you require
Incredibly, we were only
167.
talking yesterday at the 5.3 million viewers in just over a year since we launched the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. That's just on YouTube. Never mind our reach numbers on
85.
Sporty Stuff TV and
Scott,
the
you
thousands
require
and
20.
thousands of them watch via their betting apps.
Game, shot,
And
match.
Scott Baker gets an all-important win. He now goes top of the table from third. How quick this group is moving around. 86.22 the average. He certainly got the finishing on point there. So when we come back, it will be Fallon back in action against Adam.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back, everybody. And so the history maker is back in action. Fallon Sherrock, who has become the first female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish, takes on Sam Cromwell And yes, it's a moment of history, a moment that's going to be looked back upon and played upon for many a year to come. But let's not forget the important battles there is to come, though, as far as the group is concerned. The important business now for the Queen of the Palace is about qualification to seal off a coronation of what has been a famous, famous day here underneath the church of the Live Lounge. A win here against Sam Cromwell moves her on to 14 points, moves her into pole position in terms of qualification, and then we'll take on Scott Baker in the first game of the final round of matches. Things are beginning to look very precarious now for Marco Kantele, following defeat in that one against Scott Baker, and he plays an informed Darren Johnson in the final game. And breathe, Chris Mason.
Yeah, we're all trying to gather our breath. And it's going to be hard for Fallon just to try and close out the thoughts and emotions of what she's just achieved.
97. $81.
I can remember Randy Solomon's hit him one in the, pretty sure it was the London Super League
131.
years and years ago. And, you know, there was no internet there or no social media apps. It was word of mouth, and then, of course, ended up in the darts world, and it was
170.
a staggering achievement. So now see
60.
Fallon hit one live on TV in front of my very eyes is incredible.
And you had the pleasure of being sat in this commentary box for that moment.
Absolutely. As you know,
77.
Super Series, something I've been
108.
very proud to be a part of since its absolute beginning. And we've seen pretty much everything now here.
40.
Well, I have.
Sam, you require 33.
Only 9 dart we hadn't seen was from a lady player. Now that's been done. Just last week, we broke the 120 barrier in averages.
Game shot in the first leg, Sam Cromwell.
Super Series completed it, mate.
Yeah.
Second leg is Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, certainly as a commentator. Job done.
But also, let's look at it from the perspective of Fallon Sherrock, because that is such a high moment. The adrenaline's going to be coursing through her body.
60.
She's gone into the back room, preparing for another game. Could Sam Cromwell possibly catch Fallon at the right time? Because it's going to be a weird moment where the emotions are going to be pretty much everywhere. Or is Fallon so, in terms of her demeanour, so calm?
I think it would have taken maybe just a leg, and then she'll just go back to type.
140.
Head down and start grafting. But why it's so big is because of the world we live in now and the accessibility of images and video, that the amount of people that will see this, especially young girls who will watch this, who aspire to replicate Fallon the same way as all the male players
57.
wanted to replicate what Bristow Lowe and the rest of them were doing.
123.
It's a huge moment for our sport, whether you're a male player or a female player.
Big moments in this match.
Game
Double
shot
8
the
found to
second
level
leg,
up at one
Fallon
apiece.
That was rather clinical.
Third leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on. 90. $60.
If she smashed the glass ceiling at Alexandra Palace, I suppose
60.
she smashed the ceiling of the church here.
Correct.
100.
The foundations were definitely feeling as if they were vibrating after that particular moment.
40.
And that was just for Justin on stage.
It's a moment that they can never take away from him either.
99.
No, he is part of history, as are you, Henry.
100.
There he is. Although, you might have to get the treatment room out for him because he's apparently he's done his
60.
ankle in. He's the third referee in Portsmouth this week who's gone down injured after Saturday.
21.
Yeah, I've got a bad back, but I brought that with me.
96.
It's been a week of injuries.
43. Fallon, you require 86.
82 left. We'll come back, possibly,
78.
depending on what
Samuel
Cromwell
Guar,
will do on this
147.
147. Not to beat. And so Sherrock for the break.
59.
And a 2-1 advantage,
Fallon, you
looking
require
at double
8.
4. Now twos.
Game
And
time, the
Sherrock
third leg.
puts herself
Fallon
2-1
Sherrock.
in front. Halfway towards 14 points.
Yeah, after the
Fourth leg is Fallon.
opening leg, she's
Game on.
settled in.
$57. $44. $41. $96. $99. $84. $57. $11.
And so Sherrock here looking to really steal the march with the darts.
140.
Before he leaves on 117.
$140. Fallon, you require 107.
Can still finish.
$39. Sam, you require 126.
126 for Cromwell for 2-2. The bullseye
101.
finds the 25, and
Fallon,
Sherrock
you
comes
require
back for 68 for a 3-1 lead. It's going to be one dart at tops. She's been so good at tops last dart in
28.
hand, but not
Sam,
on
you
this
require
particular
25.
occasion. Double 8
9.
doesn't go. Sherrock to really press home
Fallon,
the
you require
advantage now.
40.
For a 3-1 lead and a bit of a cushion. 2 10s. And she would have enjoyed the 9, but she's desperate to qualify
James on
and
fourth
win
leg,
on
Fallon
Saturday night.
Sherrock.
And she is a leg closer.
Well, she's looking to do a pilgrim, isn't she?
Fifth leg, it's
Hit a
Sam to
9
throw
and win a
first.
week.
Game on.
Steve West has broken the Conor
41.
Heenahan curse.
Yeah. We didn't think we were going to get one from anybody. And then we've had 2 in a
60.
matter of weeks.
Do you remember back on the Euro Tour when Dan Dawson coined the phrase the curse of Ross Smith?
100.
Because he hit one in Gibraltar in 2013 and there wasn't another one for about 5 years.
140.
Then the floodgates opened.
85. 58.
And it's moments like that, which is why it's Fallon Sherrock, MBE.
140.
Correct.
57. Sammy require 135. 79.
Well, this is to pull another one back and for 3-2.
42. Sammy require 56. 24.
16 doesn't go, and
Fallon
so
require
Sherrock
144.
144. We know that she can hit finishes in and around this range. But she's not going to find another for double 12 on the back of the 141 in the previous match.
128. Sammy
And now
require
hopes
32.
that there is a miss from Cromwell. A miss that
16.
comes, and Sherrock comes back
Fallon require
for
16.
double 8 to move on to 14 points and to put herself back at the top of the pile.
Game.
And
shot,
Fallon
and
Sherrock,
match.
the history
Fallon
maker,
Sherrock.
is one step closer towards Saturday night. A 4-1 victory against Sam Cromwell. It wasn't quite the flashy nature of the previous match against Adam Lipscomb, but a win is a win is a win for Fallon Sherrock. Next up, it is Darren Johnson in action against Adam Lipscomb.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have been enjoying an afternoon of history. But it was a case of after the Lord Mayor's show for Fallon Sherrock against Sam Cromwell. It was a 4-1 victory, but it was a performance that didn't quite hit the heights of that 9 data against Adam Lipscomb. But importantly, from her perspective, it puts her in control of qualification through to tomorrow night's final. Next up for us, 2 players for whom qualification is just a mere distant memory now, as Darren Johnson takes on Adam Lipscomb. Johnson has improved today upon his efforts yesterday, kicked off a 93 and 97 average. There was a regression against Scott Baker in his previous match. He takes on Lipscomb, who has a couple of games left for his weekly campaign and is looking to get himself off the 2-point mark, which he's been on since the very first game of the group against Sam Cromwell.
60.
We just had a tweet, Chris,
60.
from Bianca Westwood, senior Sky Sports football reporter. The first ever in-vision female reporter on the Soccer Saturday
45.
programme.
$60.
Nice. What sport did she do?
She's a
ex-footballer or something?
96.
Yeah, she was Sky Sports' first ever in-vision reporter on Soccer Saturday. Trailblazers recognising
100.
Trailblazers.
$100.
I thought she was one of the
60.
first women football players for some reason. But there you go.
Historic nonetheless. A historic
60.
day, a historic moment.
Well, that's just great to see the support for Fallon, isn't it? And the recognition. That's all it's all about. What it's all about.
140.
If you hate on something like that, that says more about how sad you are. It's a reflection of your own personality to hate another's achievements, especially ones at
81.
that level. It's perfection in our sport.
81. $69. Darren, you require 59.
59 for Johnson for a 1-0 lead in this match. Irrelevant in terms of the destiny of both players at the end of the week. They're both going to be departing us at the end of play today.
Game shot in the
1-0
first
to
leg.
Johnson.
Darren Johnson.
Yeah, very much playing for pride.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Adam Mitson's going to have his name attributed to that bit of history as well.
45.
Well, Fallon will be hoping that Darren Johnson stays switched on enough to defeat Kantele in match number 14.
140.
Because if that happens, she's guaranteed through. If she beats Baker
140.
in the match to follow this one, she's guaranteed through.
So, the permutations to this, game 13, any victory for Fallon Sherrock will mean that she'll top the group. There can even be a 4-3 defeat for the
45.
Queen of the Palace to send herself into Saturday night.
Yep.
If Baker wins 4-2 or better, she'll have to wait and see her fate.
59.
It would be a very unlikely scenario, but I don't want to jinx it.
$100. $85.
So Lipscomb 172 to from the game up at
90.
1 apiece. It's going to be put under pressure. Johnson leaving himself for 126.
45. Darren, you require 126.
We'll stay there because the treble would have left a dart at the bull's eye.
58. Adam, you require 127.
The 1-2-7 and game for Adam Lipscomb, and it'll be another brilliant moment here at the Super Series.
87. Darren, you require 68.
It's going to be a dart at the bull. The ball doesn't go for
43.
Johnson, and
Adam,
so
you require 40.
Lipscomb to level up at 1 apiece. He's looking at
Game
Tots.
shot
He
on the
finds
second
Tots
leg.
at
Adam
1-1.
Lipscomb.
It is. Lipscomb leveling up. We're going to move himself onto 4 points in this group.
Third leg is Darren to throw first. Game on.
And just a reminder that our social handles are at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And don't forget to subscribe to
81.
the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for plenty of darting content.
100.
And there's going to be plenty of reaction, plenty of fallout from a historic moment here at the Super Series today.
40. $180.
And if you want to see the history maker in action tomorrow night, if she gets there, that's your QR code to get there.
134.
Be quick.
Be very quick as she qualifies.
Or head over to www.shop.tv. It's £2 booking fee for the ticket. The ticket is completely
39.
free. You want to come in and show your support for Sam Cromwell and Scott Marsh. They're playing the belt match at 5 p.m. You can use your ticket to
85.
come in and watch that as well. We'd love to see you here.
105. Darren, you require 161.
And by the end of play tonight, we'll know our full lineup for tomorrow night's final.
65. Adam, you require 77.
With a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead, Adam Lipscomb looking for 77.
$31. Darren, you require 96.
Not quite sure which way he was going there, but
58.
Darren
Adam, you
Johnson
require
was looking at
46.
double 19, double 18.
Game
Gets
shot
it,
on the third
2-1.
leg. Adam Lipscomb.
Lipscomb with the break. Lipscomb with the 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
If you do want to watch the Fallon Sherrock 9 dart leg again, you can do
85.
now on the Super Series YouTube channel. It is available on there. Just to relive that moment all over again.
140. $100. $100. $100.
Ticking along quite nicely now, Adam, averaging 84.5, 2 out of 4 on the finishing.
Darren just
60.
didn't get out of the gate early enough yesterday. And when it's over the 2 days
100.
rather than 3, they're always under it. And in fairness, the top 3 have stayed there all day, haven't they, in that top 3 position.
116.
Well, I think that went down to the River Solent.
38. Darren, you require 62.
Seen it many times before. Just comes out of the hand. For a saver.
30. Adam, you require 78. $38. Darren, you require 32.
For 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth
Johnson
leg.
levels
Darren
this
Johnson.
match up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Here's Darren with the darts in the fifth. I think he had to double check whether he had the darts in the fifth.
$96. $100. $100. $85. $38. $80.
Incredible, this, just thinking about this modern age we live in, of all the platforms where things are now viewed.
140.
Probably, even though there was limited channels, and you think that, you
140.
go back and think about the John Lowe 9-dart, I mean, it was a
127.
massive thing, but it was obviously on a highlights package at night. There would only have been 3 channels
102.
then, maybe.
Adam, you require
Channel
96.
4 was 1982, was it? 2 or 4?
Right.
76.
Yeah, so 4 channels. So, I mean, they used to
Darren, you
do
require
millions
25.
and millions of viewers, didn't they? I know Bullseye used to get staggering numbers back in the day. But by the time I wake up tomorrow morning, when we add up all the platforms that would have viewed that Fallon 9-dart, it would have been more than would have viewed that original, the first ever 9-darter.
And as Johnson takes a
Sixth leg,
3-2
it's
lead,
Adam
let's
to
not
throw
forget the
first.
international
Game
impact
on.
of this. We're looking from a UK perspective. Think about around the world, and particularly out in the United States, where Fallon Sherrock has a big
100.
name. Down under, where the sport really is
Asia.
growing. At the Asian market, I mean, you look at the amount of great female players that are out in Asia at the minute as well. Headlined by
81.
Makua Suzuki, but there's plenty of others as well.
And Fallon spent an awful lot of time out there playing soft tip darts and
85.
representing their sponsors and manufacturers. Yeah, within our sport, it would definitely make a global impact,
100.
because it's a first. And you've got TikTok and things like that. We've got things on TikTok
85.
that have already had over 1 million views, haven't we?
It's one of those things where first only happened once, and because of that, you'll always remember where you were.
100.
You'll always remember where it happened. And no matter whatever else happens in the history of time,
140.
whatever happens in the history of time, it happened here on Friday, August the 25th, 2023.
100.
Yeah, it'd
Adam, you require
be a pub
91.
quiz answer. Where did the first televised Lady 9-darter happen?
51. Darren, you require 120.
This for the match for Darren Johnson, 120 to seal a 4-2 success. Looking for the treble, to climb the ladder all the way to the double.
Game, shot, and a match.
And Darren Johnson is a 4-2 victor against Adam Lipscomb. Johnson with an 81.75 average, 120 the high checkout, 4 out of 13 when it came to the doubling. A 4-2 victory for him against Adam Lipscomb. And coming up after the break is Fallon Sherrock looking to rubber stamp her place into Saturday night's finale, up against Scott Baker.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Right then, it has already been a history-making day for Fallon Sherrock. She is also on the verge of qualifying for tomorrow's finals night. If she gets the better of Baker, she will join John Henderson there. A 4-3 defeat would even be enough, as she'd maintain a better leg difference over Baker. But if Baker wins 4-2 or better, Fallon will have an anxious wait to see how things unfold in Kantele's final game against Johnson. So to get this one underway, let's get back to Henry and Chris.
And so, to the serious business here at the Live Lounge. We've had all the fun, we've had all the hysteria, but now it is down to the simple equation as to who goes through and who goes
First
home.
leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
Well, this tie was won 4-2 yesterday by Scott Baker. It was both the players' opening matches of the session.
81. $85.
Importantly, the odds compilers have, well, they've not moved the markets. Fallon Sherrock still evens.
83.
Scott Baker is 8-11 to win this match. When you consider all things, and look, we're going to give Fallon a free pass in the last one because it was a 76-16, but just put the natural adrenaline that's in play.
140.
It's always going to be difficult to react to such a moment. Sherrock's been the better player over the course of the day. And she's got off to the brighter start of the pair here.
93.
Baker hits a max to
Fallon
leave himself on 76. Sherrock 104. Only 2 left.
36.
For the treble 14
Scott,
to leave herself on
76.
tops. And Baker 76 for the opening leg. It'd be a break of throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
Tops,
Scott
pins
Baker.
tops to move 1-0 up. Now, Fallon Sherrock is 3 legs away from qualification. A win to top the group.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
4-2 win or better for Baker mean that Sherrock could have to wait.
60.
It all come down to Kantele's game against Darren Johnson. This is the live in-play table.
60. 100. 70. 100. 60. 81. 135. Scott, you require 160. 60.
So, ton away Baker for a 2-0 lead.
Fallon needs to pressure the ton. Another treble 20 leaves
140.
her favourite double
Scott
18.
Uruguay, 100. $68. Fallon, you require 36. Game shot on the second leg. Fallon,
And Sherrock breaks back, levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on. $140. $97. $140. $140. $60. $81. Fallon, you require 161.
161 for Sherrock.
97. $100. Fallon, you require 64.
Treble 16 for double 8 for 2-1 to the Queen of the Palace.
Game shot on the
2-1 it
leg.
is.
Fallon, Sherrock.
She's halfway there. A win is enough to top the group. And would lay
Fourth leg, it's
Scott
Scott to
Waker
throw
in
first.
weight.
Game on. $100.
Really anxious moments for both.
58.
But Fallon just needs one more leg.
140.
Because a 4-3 defeat would still be enough.
$42. $60.
But it's been a bit of an off leg here. Baker's made a bit of a push to leave himself on 201 to level up at 2-2.
140.
Great 140 from Fallon. Just keeping the pressure applied.
100.
Baker 101 after 12. The red pen leg, if he can take it out with a 101 to make it a 15. But Sherrock's going to apply pressure. Apply maximum pressure.
180.
And Scott Baker can only laugh.
101.
You must think how typical, but he's been so good at the ton plus outshots today. And he nearly
89.
found another.
Fallon, you require 81.
Oh, double 18.
Game shot on the fourth
That's what
leg.
she does.
Fallon, Sherrock.
So she can convert 81 both treble 19, double 12, and treble 15, double 18, we found out
Fifth
today.
leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
And that sends her through.
Yep. We now know that Fallon will be joining John Henderson in tomorrow night's
59.
final. 2 of the 6. And we're about to find out
140.
who the other player from this group will be. And if you want to join us, scan that code, but be quick.
41.
As you can imagine, there is a lot of interest in tomorrow night's final of this
140.
Week 3, Series 5. You do not have the ability to scan a QR code. Just head over to www.dartshop.tv. Just a £2 booking fee.
100.
Like I've said, if you want to come in early, doors open at 4. You can actually watch the
140.
ADC belt match between Sam Cromwell And Scott Marsh.
38. Scott, you require 81.
This for an 11-dart leg for Scott Baker to bring it back to 3-2. He's got the luxury of time, so didn't have to chase the 12-man ball. And so he's going to leave himself on 32 after 12 to bring it back to 3-2.
$93. Scott, you require 32.
Double 16 for Baker. Now double 8. And look what Sherrock's left.
Game shot on the 5th.
She's not going to get a go with the big
Baker.
fish. Baker brings it back to 3-2. He has the darts to send us to a decider.
6th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $60. $60. $100. $60.
Couple of 60s to start for Sherrock here. Baker
59.
on throw, looking to continue to apply the pressure.
$59.
I'm sure she's aware that of what she needed.
$100. $60.
Of course, Scott Baker, he finds a way.
$41.
Actually win this match. He will find him in a similar scenario. Find himself in a similar
56.
scenario where
Scott, you require 141.
he's not going to be in control of his fate because it's going to be down to Darren Johnson in the next match.
6th leg, Scott Baker.
Oh, the irony. As Baker pins a 141 to send this all the way.
It's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, not quite as important as the 141 that Fallon took out.
57.
So, big leg in shoe. We know Sherrock's into Saturday night. So what about what's going to happen as far as Scott Baker's concerned? Because
100.
he loses this leg. He moves on to 12 points plus 7. He has the advantage in terms of legs 1. And he's relying on a Johnson win against Kantele
100.
to help his cause.
180.
Maximum for Baker puts him in control.
He's second.
But even if he wins, he'd be on 14
81.
points plus 9, and he'd still have to wait his fate. With Marco Kantele in action next against Darren Johnson.
140.
But he is doing everything in his power to ensure that he gives himself the best possible chance.
$93. Scott, you require 81.
It's double 12 for an 11-dart leg.
69.
It doesn't go.
Fallon, you require
Well, she's done everything
170.
else today. Might as well take out the 170.
I mean, that would have been the ultimate completion of a daily campaign.
100.
Yeah.
Scott, you
Hold my
require
case.
12.
Well, Sherrock's done her job.
Game,
Baker's
shot,
done all he
and
can
match.
do,
Scott
and now
Baker.
he has to sit and wait. He's on 14 points. Fallon Sherrock, a historic day for the Queen of the Palace, becoming the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish. Defeated by Scott Baker in this one with a 95.66 average. Ironically, of a 1-4 checkout of his own. He has to wait his fate as Kantele and Johnson go toe-to-toe after this.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner, Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Fallon Sherrock has just made even more history. The first female to hit a 9-darter on TV. Just sum up how you're feeling.
I'm really, I'm over the moon. I'm speechless. You know what I mean? I'm so happy with myself because I was just sitting there thinking, oh, please, just the double 12 just go in. I don't think I've gripped that dart so hard in my life.
Yeah, let's watch that moment back. What was going through your mind when you stepped back to the hockey wanting that 1-4-1?
I was just thinking, just try and get the first treble, and then obviously then I just kind of threw for the 19. I was like, right, just throw for the 12, don't think about it. And that was basically my thought on it. And then obviously when it went in, I was like, yes.
And of course, a few months ago, you became the first female to hit a 9-darter in a PDC event as well. How does it feel knowing that you're inspiring so many young girls and women and also helping to push the women's game forward?
No, the fact that I'm inspiring so many people to pick up the darts, that it's, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I feel so honoured, and I feel really happy with myself for doing it, because I never thought I'd be the one, inspiring all these people to do it. And, making the women's game, better as it goes along, and having me as part of helping that, it's just, I'm speechless about it, because I never thought I'd be the person doing it.
And these 9-darters are hugely significant. You are continuing to pave the way for others. But when you look at the women's series in general now as well, the overall standard getting better and better, do you realise now that that is largely because of what you were doing as well?
I probably don't realise it's part of me that's helped it all. I try kind of not to think about that. But yeah, no, the actual women's game is just getting better and better. And I mean, apart from obviously, like Bo, me, Lisa, Makuru and all that, there are other players a bit lower down in the rankings that have the game to beat us all, and they're slowly climbing up and stuff like that. So I think you're going to see more of them as, the women's series carries on.
And how much would it have meant to you when you were a young girl to have seen others producing 9-darters on TV as well?
Yeah, no, that would have meant the world, because it just kind of gives you a sense of belief. It's like, oh, well, they can do it, I can do it. And you always see, the men hitting it on TV, but you never actually see, in real. I never saw a real 9-darter. So the fact that I've hit one, I was like, oh, that's my first one that I've actually seen. So I'm like, it kind of inspires me to do more myself.
And in addition to the 9-darter, you have made it through to yet another finals night here at the Super Series. You weren't aware of that as you walked off the stage, though, were you?
Well, let's try not to talk about that. No, I genuinely, I weren't aware of that. I thought, I had to win, to just guarantee it. But yeah, no, I'm absolutely over the moon. And hopefully, after the whole week of darts, I can kind of, go into tomorrow and just play some consistent darts and see if I can, produce a good game.
Yeah, and you have been getting more and more consistent as this week has gone on, haven't you? Do you feel more comfortable now than you did on Monday?
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely played a lot more darts since then. And I think that's probably what I'm lacking, just match practice. And, I can practice all I want at home and stuff, but unless I'm physically playing and having the match practice, it doesn't do you, you know, any good practicing like 6 hours a day. Like, unless you're getting games thrown at you and then you deal with the pressure situations, I think that's the way that, you know, your darts are only going to improve. And that's why I play this, because it does help my darts.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow night, along with John Henderson. There is one more place up for grabs in Group C, though. Will it be Marco Kantele or will it be Scott Baker? We will find out after this next game, so let's get the action back underway.
Thanks, Abby, and thank you very much, and congratulations, Fallon. Absolutely, yet another incredible achievement. She has a long list of them, and fair play to her. She's a remarkable young lady with an incredible backstory, which doesn't get spoken about, unfortunately, but she's, yeah, all credit to her. And all credit to Abby. Good interview,
First
that.
leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game
We'll talk more about that in just a second. There is business here, because Kantele is in desperate need of a victory in this particular match. If Marco wins 4-0, 4-0, sorry, 4-0, 4-1 or 4-2.
Can he win 4-0 twice? Come on now. It's late.
If Marco wins 4-0, 4-1 or 4-2, he's through. 4-3 victory for Marco. He goes out because Baker will go through in second place. Any win for Darren Johnson, and Scott Baker is through. And now Darren Johnson's kicked off with a max at the beginning of a leg.
140. $40.
Kantele has to win by a margin. And there was a point where I think we thought that maybe Marco was pretty much safe, or we felt, even though we're not mathematically assured, that there'd be a lot of things that have to go one way or t'other for him not to be going through.
Yeah, well, there was a strange sequence and run of results that have put us in this position. Marco won this tie 4-2 yesterday. It was match number 2 yesterday afternoon. 4-2 will do him.
45.
Going to come back for the 111.
And it's a horrible position to be in. We've seen this many times. Players miss out on finals
100.
nights
Marco,
because they're defeated by a player who's free rolling and under no pressure.
Johnson has played some good stuff today, but Kantele looking to get off to the perfect start here.
91.
And that sits just below the top of that tops wire. And Johnson comes back for the opening leg break, looking for 81, looking for 12, looking for bull. Looking good.
On the first leg, Darren
He's
Johnson.
been so good in the middle of the diddle. It's solved him many a riddle. And Johnson is one up on Kantele.
Second leg is Darren to throw first. Game on.
As for the man from Vasca, his chances of progressing through now away for Finn.
60. $58. $100.
Well, this is a reach that what's happened today has had, making the independent newspapers, making mainstream news.
59.
Is it making ticketing news?
I think there'll be some ticketing news on the back of this, that's for sure.
If you do want to join us for tomorrow night, you can. Head over to www.dartshop.tv to reserve your ticket. It's just a £2 booking fee. The ticket is absolutely free. We're on London Road in Portsmouth.
44.
Restaurants and hotels and bars in the area. Come and make a night of it.
45.
I'd love to see you here.
$58. $85.
Well, Johnson's left himself on 166, which has just opened up the window of opportunity here for Kantele if he can find a couple of trebles.
57. $44.
So Johnson leaving himself on 1-2-2 for a 2-0 lead. Kantele can only set up, and it would mean that Scott Baker would only be a leg away from tomorrow night's final.
96. Darren, you require 122.
4 18s and ball. And there's one of them.
$48. Marco, you require 129.
The break back to level up. Treble. Would have left the dart at the bullseye. And so Johnson returning for a 2-0 lead, looking for 74.
Darren, you require 74.
And to leave Kantele's hopes hanging by the thinnest of threads.
Game shot on the
Beware
second
the
leg,
man with
Darren
nothing
Johnson.
to lose as Johnson goes 2-0 up.
Absolutely, Henry. We've seen it so many times, haven't we? And it's
Third leg is
mentally,
Marco to
it's
throw
so
first.
hard because
Game
you
on.
can't feel like you can do anything to sort of apply pressure on your opponent because he's just not under any.
97.
Just a reminder of the situation, of the permutations in this game. Marco Kantele has to win 4-0, 4-1 or 4-2. If Johnson gets to 3 legs, Baker is into tomorrow night.
100.
It would be Baker, Sherrock, Henderson, the first 3 qualifiers.
60.
And then tonight we would return for action in Group B, where it is Scott Marsh who's leading the way, leading the charge.
46.
From Ryan Finesse, Moreno Michels and James Hubble all on 4 points. Sean McDonald far
57.
from out the equation himself on 2. Well, say, for example, Hubble and Marsh came through that group. You could have a finals night which would feature John Henderson, Scott Baker, Fallon Sherrock, Scott Marsh, James Hubble.
Sounds good to me.
100.
Potentially going to have a cracking finals night tomorrow night.
140. Marco, you require 158.
Well, this is to possibly keep his hopes alive. If Johnson can find a big finish, which he has done today, he found a 167 earlier on in the piece
60.
against Fallon
Darren, you require
Sherrock.
144.
It would knock Kantele out. It would have sent Scott Baker through. The Finn has to take out the 98. It's Hail Mary time for Marco.
82. Marco, you require 98.
It's going to be double 19.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
it just
Marco
squeezes
Kantele.
in into the bottom right-hand corner to keep his hopes alive.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
How big was that shot? Could well be the difference between him being in tomorrow's finals night
36.
or not.
And Johnson with the darts to knock Kantele out. has only kicked off with a 36.
81.
That could change everything.
171.
Scott Baker's still in the building. We're next to the practice room here in the commentary box, and we could hear him cheer on that visit from Darren Johnson.
100.
Because with the darts, he's got full advantage here. Or at least he did.
66.
Timing was just off there.
Has just opened up the door for Kantele.
96. 83. 94. Darren, you require 145.
This to send Scott Baker into tomorrow night's final. The 145 isn't going to go for Darren Johnson. And so
41.
Kantele,
Marco,
another
you require
last-ditch attempt
130.
to keep his flamer flickering.
Needs a treble. And then needs the ball. Ooh. Thought it was in.
58. Darren, you require 104.
To put himself a leg away from the finishing line and to send Scott Baker into tomorrow night's final.
84.
That would have been to
Marco, you
have
require
knocked Kantele out.
72.
He's got another reprieve. He's got another life. He keeps teetering with the brink of elimination.
56.
Thickness of a
Darren, you
wire
require
away.
20.
Darren Johnson, 3 darts in hand. Only needs the
Range on
one.
the fourth leg. Darren
And Darren
Johnson.
Johnson wins that key leg, leads 3-1. And although
Fifth leg is Marco to throw first.
his race is
Game
run,
on.
so is Marco Kantele's. Because Fallon Sherrock is through, as is Scott Baker.
And that is all that's been
42.
wrote. The storylines have been drawn, have been written, and have been sent to the cutting room.
140.
But the story of the day is only half done because we'll be back tonight.
Yeah, we have Group B to deal with, which is
61.
wide open. It's wide open before it got underway. It's even more wide open tonight.
Marsh on 6, Finesse, Michaels, Hubble on 4, McDonald on 2, having
100.
lost 3 games for free.
$100.
And you wonder, with what's happening today and the headlines that have been created, what kind of knock-on effect that's going to have for the evening session tonight.
Yes, well, they'll be
140.
buzzing from that.
Bit of momentum, Chris.
Well, it's a feel-good factor, isn't it?
95. Darren, you require 121.
Well, this would be some way to sign off in style.
To finish with a flourish, but he's decided to set it up. And so double 10 to end Johnson's
Darren,
campaign
you
on a
require
positive
20.
note. It was kind of a slow start on Thursday that may pay,
Game,
but on
shot,
Friday,
man of
Darren
match,
Johnson,
Darren
the DJ, was spinning all the right notes. He gets the better of Marco Kantele by 4 legs to 1. And that seals Scott Baker's place in the finale tomorrow night. An 85 average enough for the DJ. So Kantele, it's been a good week for the Finn, but he just misses out on qualification. Lipscomb and Cromwell will round off the action next.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. The final game of the session here on what has been an incredible Group C day. See Sam Cromwell and Adam Lipscomb go toe-to-toe. Well, it hasn't quite been for them over the last couple of days. Cromwell's going to return tomorrow for the ADC belt match, taking on Scott Marsh in a best-of-17 leg encounter for the English area belt title. Up against Adam Lipscomb, the local lad who will depart us following the conclusion of this one.
And on what we've seen, he's going to have to find another gear, because last night's campaign got off to a good start for Scott Marsh.
29.
In 3 out of 4 last night, didn't he, Scott?
100.
He was the outsider of the whole group at 6-1.
He's not that now. He's now the bookmaker's favourite, and quite heavily.
$140.
Ryan Finesse.
34.
Right in the mix.
$60.
Well, we've seen the 141 already today.
Twice.
Down to go up and along for double 12.
Game shot.
This finish has had some symmetry on Friday at the Super Series. It's a hat-trick of them, and it's Lipscomb that gets it to lead 1-0.
Second leg is Sam to throw first. Game on. $28. $100. $124. $125. $96. $60.
Whilst you've got a couple of minutes, and I know that we'll be talking a bit more on the balcony about it, just your reflections on what has been a crazy day, an amazing day, a historic day.
140.
It has been.
Sammy require 119.
We can't take for granted that achievement. It's incredible.
55 left here for Cromwell to
79.
level proceedings up at one apiece. Lipscomb looking to make it 2-0. 56 remaining. Topped remaining.
56. Sammy require 40.
And Cromwell looking to level things up.
Game shot
Levels,
in the second leg.
yeah, Devils, 1-1.
Third leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
And we're very privileged,
85.
Chris, to sit in these chairs and get to talk about a sport that we both love. And there's times when,
60.
in particular, we get the opportunity and you at home get the opportunity to witness something which you know will never happen again. And that's something that
81.
we've been able to do here today is first will only ever happen once. It's the sheer nature of it.
Well, you only ever watch things live once. And we had the privilege to
56.
sit here and watch every dart. As did those of you, luckily enough, to be tuned in at home.
85.
Well, the beauty of the modern world is it can be viewed over and over and over.
180. 100.
This is a real watershed moment, not just for the sport, but also for the MODUS Super Series in itself.
134. Adam Uruguay,
Yes,
150.
absolutely. And for our referee, that's his first as a referee.
110. Sam
moment for
Uruguay,
him.
71.
Oh, that's bounced in
39.
and that's come off the barrel. It looked set
Adam
the trajectory
Uruguay,
to hit
40.
into the target, into the bed. And Lipscomb comes back for free at tops.
Game shot on the third
Takes it
leg,
for the
Adam
second to lead
Lipscomb.
2-1.
Yeah, his best performance so far at the moment. Adams, 95 the average. Yeah, it's
Fourth
certainly
leg
the
is
first one
down to
I've
throw first. Game on.
ever seen. On women's 9.
85.
Wasn't there once upon a time you had this 9-dart voodoo on commentary?
100.
Now you can't stop commentating on it. And maybe Lipscomb's going to give us the second of the day.
53.
It was Adam who fell and faced for that historic feat.
They've had a man do one, a
44.
woman do one, now we can get a baby doing one. Albeit a big baby.
77.
Rather you say that than me.
60.
Well, I've nearly seen a teenager do it here in Luke Littler as well.
Oh, that's coming.
92.
Put it this way, right? Martin Adams at the age of 65 may have hit one here at the Super Series. Luke Littler at the age of 16, if he does it the next attempt, could hit one here.
139.
And in the middle of it would have had the first ever female 9-darter in history. If I'm right in saying, Martin Adams is the holder of the oldest player to hit a 9-dart leg in front of the cameras.
65.
Correct.
Adam Uruguay, 78.
It's double 12 for Lipscomb and now double 6 for a 3-1 lead. It
72.
moves inside and so
Sam
Cromwell
Uruguay,
1-2-9 to make it 2 apiece.
89. Adam Uruguay, 6.
Double 3.
Game shot on the fourth
Big tie to
leg.
Raymer,
Adam
and he
Lipscomb.
finds it for the break. 3-1 Lipscomb leads. He's a leg away from victory here against Sam Cromwell in our final Group C match.
Fifth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on. 80.
Well, if you've been with us all along, thank you for tuning in.
54.
If you've just tuned in, following a moment of history earlier on this afternoon,
140.
don't forget to keep on top of our social media channels. We are at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Don't forget to follow the Super Series
96.
YouTube channel where the 9-darter can be watched in full. where you can watch highlights from this session, where you can see every session live. If
140.
this is your first taste of the Super Series because of Fallon Sherrock's historic 9-dart leg this afternoon. We're going to be returning at 10 o'clock in the evening for Group B action, and we're available with you 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year, with live darting content involving the top players in the world about a PDC Tour Cup. Lipscomb here is wanting 42 points to seal a 4-1 success, and it is double 18 to complete the job. And Adam Lipscomb bookends his group with 4-1 victories against Sam Cromwell. They're the only victories he got in the group, but for Lipscomb, a positive end. A 95.58 average, a 141 checkout. Lipscomb gets the better of Sam Cromwell by 4 legs to 1 on what has been a historic day here at the MODUS Super Series, as Fallon Sherrock became the first female player in history to hit a televised 9-dart finish. What an afternoon here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, not a bad day at all for Fallon Sherrock. Also comfortably in the end made it through to finals night. Just assess, before we even get on to talking about the 9-darter, assess how much she has grown and developed as this week has gone.
Yeah, she started off and looked rusty on Monday, and there was a big range between her best game and her worst game, and slowly but surely she sort of leveled out across the week and sort of found an average of sort of mid to late 80s, and that ultimately culminated in her putting together 9 perfect darts. She went back-to-back 180s earlier in the week, and we thought, maybe. But she never looked like missing, and I think that's the confidence you get from hitting one. I mean, she was pretty blasé about the one she hit on the Challenge Tour. When I spoke to her about it, she was like, just another leg, and I was like, oh well. But for her to do on TV and yet another first, it's just great for the game, great for her.
And I think she is finally starting to realise the impact that she is having on this game. I know we so often talk about the criticism she receives so unfairly on social media, but I think sometimes that's almost limited her enjoyment from what she's achieved. But it is so good to see her now taking full credit for everything she has achieved and done for the women's game. We will talk about that a little bit more later on, but let's have a look then at the results from today's 15 games. It all started off with a 4-3 victory for Scott Baker. He missed 10 darts at the outer ring in that one, and it looked as though his chances had started to slip away, didn't it, when he lost 4-1 to Sam Cromwell, because he missed 21 at the outer ring in that one as well. How do you think the model reflect on his day today?
I think he'd just be happy to have got through. In the end, it looked like it all was going to go wrong with losing again to Sam Cromwell. He lost to him yesterday as well, when he looked like he was about to go through the card. But ultimately, I think the top two that got through were the right two to get through. I thought Kantele was a little bit unlucky. I think he'll be happy enough. Remember, it was his debut week as well this week, and it is a completely different environment, out of his comfort zone. But yeah, I think he did himself proud.
Confirmation then of how things have ended here in Group C, because it did go down to the final round of fixtures. Really interesting and intriguing battle in Group C. Fallon Sherrock tops the table on 14 points thanks to that superior leg difference over Scott Baker, who will also join her in finals night, and it is shaping up to be a pretty decent night tomorrow night, with John Henderson there as well.
Yeah, 3 top players that have qualified already, and there'll be another 3 going through tonight. When we're back at 10 o'clock for Group B, that's another group like this one, pretty wide open. The guy that was 6-1 outsider is currently top of the table, so that's going to be a fascinating end to that group as well.
Yeah, Fallon Sherrock, of course, ending the group top of the table, but that 9-darter making even more history. How impressed and amazed are you with what she continues to do?
Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned social media. Just looking through Facebook and a little bit on Instagram, people are more concerned about what the referee did or the fact that there was no big let's just celebrate the achievement. She's the first female player to hit a 9-darter on live TV. I don't care what television it's on or where it's at or what time it's on anywhere in the world. Let's just focus on the positive. And the positive is she's made history. It's going to bounce around the world. It already is. The viewing numbers on all the varying platforms are absolutely enormous. And all that can do is put more eyes on our sport, which is what she's continually done for the last 3 or 4 years. And that's just brilliant for us. We all benefit. You know, it's a positive for sport and women's sport. And let's embrace that. Let's not worry about where it was it or the fact that it's not done in front. What do you want? You know, it's just typical of the world we live in. We focus on the negative than focus on the positive. And for me, watching it, being part of history, watching her since she was a youth player, I couldn't be prouder.
And the other positive is that there may be young girls watching that, something that Fallon herself didn't have when she was younger, seeing those role models achieve history and create moments like that. So that is huge for the women's game going forward.
Yeah, that's the only positive of the modern world we live in, really. The technology, the fact that it is on TikTok, which all the kids watch, and, you know, when... as something like this goes viral and more people will watch it, more and more eyes will go on it. And hopefully, you know, we see it now in all the academies. There's so many academies going up, and you see them there with their, you know, their little replica Fallon shirts on and whatever. And that's brilliant. You see them there, same with Michael Smith or, you know, Josh Rock now and Luke Littler. You know, Luke Littler's still only 16. He's a kid himself, and he would have been inspired by what he would have seen when he was 10, 11 and 12. So it's just, you know, the sport in a whole is amazing, and this is another platform to sort of show different players that you wouldn't see. And, you know, would we have seen Fallon do this if this platform wasn't available? Who knows? Yeah, and a reminder that there are still tickets available to see Fallon Sherrock here tomorrow evening. Visit dartshop.tv to book your tickets. But as May said, they are going very quickly since she pinned that 9-darter. This afternoon has belonged to the Queen of the Palace. She has made yet more history by becoming the first female to hit a 9-darter on TV. Let's relive that moment now.
Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrock is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Never has it been done on television by a female player before. Fallon Sherrock wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish. Fallon Sherrock is a history maker once again.
Here we go then. It is final time, and we can't wait. 7 legs potentially. And Matt Clark will have the darts because he won the bullseye in the practice room. Is Matt going to go back to Lancashire with £20,000? Or is Raymond Smith going to be on a flight in a few hours' time from Heathrow Airport, going back to Australia with a lot of Aussie dollars? In fact, I just had a little bit of a communication from Chris Murphy, our commentary colleague, because he seems to think that Superman could be paid in crypto. Nice joke there from Murph, but I think he wants the cash.
You could have sent me that one, Murph. I've run out of jokes now.
No joke this final,
no jokes with these two players, but it's Matt Clark who continues to impress. He's won the bull. But as Paul alluded to on the balcony there, I thought he made a very vital point. If anyone can handle the pace of Matt Clark, then it's the mental strength of Raymond Smith. And that's something that resonated me when you said that, Paul, because I think the last game there with Scott Walters, he was beaten when all of a sudden Matt really slowed down in getting his darts out. And he was
Okay,
affected
first leg is
by that.
Matt to throw first.
Lesson learned.
Game on.
Final game. Who will win?
£20,000. My life changed in Hull, the World Masters, when I won 25 grand. The winner of this league won the 5 grand. The winner tonight gets 20 grand. The biggest prize in amateur sport, over 1.17 million in prize money. The MODUS Super Series will be paying out every year. And it all boils down to Series 2, these two players. Who can emulate what the fantastic Conor Whitehead did? And just watching that play back earlier just brought a little bit of goosebumps. And how much it meant for Conan. And it'll certainly mean an awful lot for one of these guys.
One thing I've noticed about this audience tonight is just how attentively they've paid attention to all of the matches tonight. There's been no chanting, no singing, no boisterousness like the week before Christmas when Adam Warner won. But we've got two players here who are not local to Portsmouth, and maybe everybody's on the fence. All they want to see is somebody creating a bit of history for themselves.
Yeah, proper daft fans are, and I think it's because one of the locals hasn't brought 20 or 30 people with them. I think the most was Scott Walters, who brought 7 or 8. So it's just been a crowd who are here to enjoy the darts, and we'll certainly be enjoying a match like that from Matt.
Sneaky good on the maximums this week has been Matt Clark, whereas Raymond has been so close and yet so far to being the man at times this week. He did have a chance to win Group A against Justin Smith. He didn't win that match and had to play in Group B. And then he faltered on day 2. He has not won a group all week, but neither has Matt Clark. He was second in Group C. And if you put those two things together, it means that these two are playing each other for the very first time in the MODUS Super Series, and it's for £10,000.
I always got the feeling for Raymond Smith. He's got the mantras, I never dreamed of success, I work for it. He's just a big thinker who's worked hard on his game, worked on the psychology of the game. I've heard him chatting with players this week in the players area. He has a lot to say, has a lot of thoughts about the game, whether you like it or not. I think one person who won and listened is this guy. We talked about Alexander Merckx being in his zone.
Game's on the first leg.
Matt Clark just continues to do what Matt Clark does. And every time I've doubted him this week, and I will shake his hand and apologise if he wins this, because
second leg is Raymond to
maybe
throw
the focus, Paul, has been a little bit about the pace and how it has an effect on others. He's played some really good darts at times as well.
Even myself on the balcony, I was
100
picking up Raymond Smith because I had him as a firm favourite. But sometimes when we let someone go under the radar, they're okay with that. And I think Matt Clark has been okay with that his whole career, because at no time in his darting life has he been on anybody's radar in bold. Even when he made the England squad, the attention was about Painter, Beaton, Fordham, King. When he was in World Championships, it was always about other people like Richie Burnett and Martin Adams. He made the quarterfinals of the World Championship on his debut season and didn't do any better in the next World Championships or anything after that. It's been a very interesting story, which for me has got a few dots after it because it's very far from finished.
Ray Smith, he goes home as the runner-up. Does he go home happy?
No, not at all.
He's
someone who gets on the podium in F1 and isn't happy unless it's at the top. He's an all-or-nothing kind of guy. He will take things on the chin. He will take the second spot if that's all he can muster.
134.
Doesn't mean he's got to be happy about it.
10 grand to the runner-up, 20 grand to the winner, but also just the respect of being the MODUS Super Series Series 2 champion. in amateur darts right now.
100.
And we start again on Monday. I've seen the names. I don't know if they've been announced yet, the names for next week, but some excellent players there. So all starts again Monday morning, 9:30. Sporty Stuff TV on the YouTube channel of Modus.
If you do want to know the names, because I don't want to be the person to give them out, I'd like you to go to our Twitter page at MSS Darts. Check it out. It will be released within the next 12 hours. Raymond Smith is going for a 116, and he's got at least 2 of these this week. He's been mastering these shots, but he's not going to get a shot at double 18 this time.
60.
3 well-thrown darts.
Matt, you require 143.
Only 60, but on a positive, it leaves a 2-dart combination. 143, exhale equals confidence. Treble 20, treble 17, double 16 is the route he's attempting. Part 1, tick. Part 2, no tick. That leaves 66. Correct. So we're getting close to about 30 seconds of Raymond Smith to
87.
Think about this
Raymond,
56.
You require 56.
He's okay with it. I was looking at him the whole time when Matt was going for that 143. He didn't show any signs of impatience. Double top.
Big dart.
Absolutely.
Game show.
And he's the big man for the occasion.
Smith.
1-1. We're down to best of 5 to see who takes the title.
So look, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Raymond Smith must break Superman in this match. It's kind of a big ask when you think about it. He has to be the general Zod of this game. He's got to be the bad guy to take out the good guy. If indeed you are a reader of comic books and other paraphernalia in fantasy universes.
57.
He's got something about him, Raymond Smith, that could work in a comic. That big bald head there. Steely eyes.
Or maybe if Matt Clark takes his glasses off, he'll actually look like Superman.
I think we just need a bit of order there, because one thing about a fantastic crowd, they have been in here a few hours now, it's the one voice syndrome, Paul. I used to hate it. I didn't mind 20 or 30 or 40, 50 people shouting at the same time. Or even in some of the bigger crowds, it's just like a big swarm of bees behind you. But when you can hear 1, 2, it's an absolute nightmare.
Not getting anything from either player as to
140
state discomfort or impatience. I'm loving the bubble that they're both in.
Matt Clark slow, Matt Clark this, Matt Clark that. Matt Clark currently 103.5 average.
100.
That's all that matters.
Matt, you require 136.
Averaged that high all week in a completed match. In fact, the only person not to have averaged over 100 all week from our finalists was Jim McEwen, because we saw Adam Mould with a ton plus average earlier on tonight. The biggest average of the night was shared by Raymond and Adam, because they have both had 101.9. Got to get another.
He's got to get another, in a sense that 76 is not a gimme.
76.
76 is a finish that dart players like. And very simply, I'd say to people, 20 is a must, treble 20 is a bonus. Look at the 16s. Just like this double top. He'll once again take his time and do things his own way. Raymond Smith is just behind.
Game show on the
and the last thing that Raymond Smith wants to hear is game. And that's exactly what he did here. So it's back to the drawing board for Smith. Focus on
Raymond
winning your leg of darts. And start off with a minimum 1 treble visit.
Every time he blocks it by hitting that small 20, for me, he may be better off
60
going to the 19s, but it's easy for me to say that from the commentary box, but I just get the feeling that there is another level for Raymond to find if he can use the board a little bit more in the way of flexibility. 19s, 18s,
44.
Uses the 17s a lot. But that's predominantly with one dart left when that 60 bet is covered. Because as you can see, those darts are very, very upright. And that was a much more inviting guide to get a 140. Case in point.
I always think sometimes when you're in a situation like this where tension, anxiety in your body has to be taken into consideration, that when you're aiming for targets, you have the tendency of going low. It's just your body just telling you something. And in this situation, I've seen myself, whether it's on a TV stage, just going big. Just going just above that treble, and you're thinking, wow, that's gone in like that. I didn't expect it to go there.
What a lovely angle that is to show you how his darts behave in the final third of the arc.
140.
When they're going through the air, they're slowing down as they go to the board, that flight dragging it through the air. And 161 after 9 is a very nice situation when your opponent is a good 237 behind.
It's going all the way, this, Paul, isn't it?
134.
So. And the best finals always do. A bit like 7 days ago in week 12 of qualifying when John Henderson took out a ton-plus finish against Niall Cullerton, but a 161.
136.
He's going to be aggressive, obviously, and when he gets his shots, it doesn't matter where his opponent is. He's going to go for them.
Very Martin Adams. Interesting with at least a 140 here.
100.
That'll make Raymond Smith worry too much on this 25. He'll keep it simple. All about that big number. Don't ever underestimate hitting that big number.
Game show on the 4th leg.
Makes that second
Raymond
dart.
Smith.
It's now a best of 5, Paul.
What we have
5th leg
is a situation
first.
which goes back 50, 60 years in this sport. If you're watching on Sporty Stuff TV, you might have been watching darts for the best part of half a century.
140.
Loving shots like that. But if you cast your mind back to the 1970s and the 1960s, you might remember a tournament called the News of the World. And every single game in that tournament was first to 2 legs.
43.
And that's exactly what we've got. First to 2 legs from here for £10,000. And when we talk about pressure, this is pressure, yes it is. But because they've played all week long,
100.
They are ready for this pressure. They will never be more ready. It's just a question of who is more ready than the other.
And right now, it's Matt Clark taking the full ascendancy in this game. Raymond Smith just showing that sign of distress, which we didn't expect.
125.
Them last 2 darts will feel like gold dust once again. It just gives him an outside chance. But for Matt Clark, 1 treble visit here, and he has a huge advantage. Now, Matt Clark, it's in your hands. It's yours to lose now.
He looks impervious on his own throw. Old school darts from Matt Clark. He's basically telling himself, you can do what you want on your throw, but you're not having mine. 9 darts thrown and 81 left. If he takes it out in 11 or 12 darts here, he's telling Raymond Smith, you're not having my throw unless you hit a 9-darter. Double 12 to be within 1 leg of the crown. That's an 11-darter at this time of the tournament. That's world class wherever you are watching from. Incredible from Superman. And Smith now needs a brace of legs. Otherwise, it's not meant to be for the Guru.
And as Paul alluded to there, couldn't have put it any better. With his darts right now, Matt Clark looks unbeatable. And what you're doing, it's a bit like a penalty shootout in football. You're making the other team, you're going 1-0 up, 2-1 up. You're making 45. Your opponent make mistakes. You're making your opponent score 45. Matt Clark's on a free roll, he will feel, on this leg. It's not the end of the world if I lose it because I have the darts in the final decider. You hear 45 and you think, come on, exactly the same. Give me a couple of trebles.
42.
Doesn't take advantage.
He lost the first game of the night. 4 legs to 3. He might win the last game of the entire thing. 100 3 games have been completed so far this week. Incredible when you think about it.
54.
We started in late October. It's early February. This is the culmination of that time frame. These guys won't be thinking about that because right now they are so much in the zone. It's all about just playing in this little concentrated Portsmouth bubble to put their name on the end of our lips forever here at the MODUS Super Series.
He was going backwards in this leg, was Raymond Smith.
Whoa,
that 180 there. Just when Matt Clark was thinking. As Raymond Smith hit the wall. That 180 is a massive moment. And I tell you what is also interesting. Matt Clark, Hope, has won each of his legs.
54.
With ease. When it's 3 each, I am telling you, that last leg will have everything. It won't be as comfortable because the treble 20 will shrink. You start thinking, you see the finishing line, you're battling with yourself mentally. And Raymond Smith's thinking, how can I start this leg 60-45 and then go 180, 140?
That's mental strength right there. It's the ability to just stand at the back and breathe and start the process and find more fruit. Even with that 134, Matt Clark cannot leave a finish.
82.
So it's 82 to take us the distance.
So it's bullseye first dart. And what a dart that is. That's a good feeling for 2 darts at double 16. He likes double 8.
66.
No panic just yet. And what he'll do there is he'll just get himself in order. Sometimes it might be a bit of what he decides not to. But Matt Clark, he will take 30 seconds for these 3 darts.
Just remember a little bit earlier that Raymond did miss a few key doubles
97.
in his second game.
Raymond,
He'll be hoping that doesn't
16.
happen again. It doesn't happen again. And Clark
Raymond Smith
will take us to leg 7. Every leg in this contest has gone with throw. That does not guarantee that this one will. But the way that Clark has performed in this final, when he's thrown first, has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts. 12 winners. 6
41.
Down to the finals night. Down to 4 for the semi-final. And now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series. And it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180, he's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, 1 treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden, you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You can hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week. Maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith's now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very
45.
healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all away, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
134.
That was a gamble.
Ranking 196.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it! Raymond Smith is the man! The Guru thinks his way to the end, and he gets it done! £20,000 belongs to him! The gamble of coming across the planet has paid off, and he will be on a flight back to Australia in a few hours' time, and he doesn't even want to keep his own darts. He's given them to a fan in the front row, but now he can afford a new set. The biggest paycheck possible from the MODUS Super Series belongs to the Guru, Raymond Smith. Wonderful performance, averaged well, the confetti is everywhere, and unfortunately for Superman, he found his kryptonite in Raymond Smith.